Chapter 44:18. Before the Wang clan's supreme elder left, he informed Duan Lingtian of his name, Wang Jingrao. It was obvious that he had acknowledged Duan Lingtian's strength. Otherwise, as a senior who was much older than Duan Lingtian, he would not have been so courteous to Duan Lingtian. This was a form of acknowledgement from Duan Lingtian. It should be noted that even in the Wang clan, very few people knew the Supreme Elder's name. Although most people knew of his existence, they would address him respectfully as Ancestor or Supreme Elder. Subsequently, when Duan Lingtian, the Wang clan leader, and the Wang clan's Grand Elder left together, the Wang clan's Grand Elder introduced himself respectfully to Duan Lingtian. After that, the Wang clan's Grand Elder bade farewell and left. The Wang clan leader led Duan Lingtian to personally arrange a place for Duan Lingtian to stay in the Wang clan. Although the place was in the Wang clan's mansion, there were a few artificial mountains and a small stream that flowed through it. On both sides of the stream were flowers and trees. There were also many small birds circling around it. It could be said that it was a place filled with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Brotherly Feng, if there's anything you need, just tell her. From now on, she'll be at your disposal. She'll arrange for some maids to come over later. Not long after the Wang clan leader led Duan Lingtian into the quiet courtyard, an ordinary-looking, kind-looking, middle-aged woman arrived. After greeting the Wang clan leader respectfully, she looked at Duan Lingtian with surprise in her eyes before lowering her head again. Aunt Chiu has been in our Wang clan for many years and has always been reliable. At the same time, she's also one of the housekeepers of our Wang clan. With her at your disposal, Brotherly Feng, there shouldn't be any problems. As the Wang clan leader instructed the middle-aged woman, he used voice transmission to introduce Duan Lingtian to the middle-aged woman in depth. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened continuously during this process. This young man was not even 10,000 years old, but he was able to fight to a draw with one of the two strongest people in the Wang clan. At this moment, she finally understood why the clan leader had arranged for him to stay here. One had to know that this was the place where the Wang clan had always entertained their most esteemed guests. A long time ago, when the Wang clan still had a supreme expert, some of the supreme expert's ancestors' friends had even stayed here later on. Those who were able to live in this place were either astonishingly powerful or had an extraordinary background. Moreover, they had a high status in the forces behind them. Earlier, she had assumed he was a spoiled brat from some supreme expert force. She did not expect him to be someone with frightening strength. I'll have to trouble then. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the woman, and the woman was instantly slightly flattered when she heard this. Young Masterly Feng, you're too courteous. Feel free to let me know if there's anything you need me for. Brother. The Wang clan leader looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Do you intend to rest first and see Wang Liu tomorrow, or do you want to see her now? If you want to see her now, I'll get someone to bring her here, the Wang clan leader said. See you tomorrow, Duan Lingtian said to the Wang clan leader. Now he was destined to see Wang Liu, so there was no hurry. Although he did not suffer any injuries in the battle with the Wang clan Grand Elder, his essence, qi, and spirit had been greatly depleted. He indeed needed to rest. Of course, this kind of depletion of essence, qi, and spirit would take at most 10 days to half a month to fully recover. All right. Duan Lingtian's reply was within the expectations of the Wang clan's patriarch. At the same time, he was able to understand the inner workings of the young man before him. He surely wanted to face the person he admired in a better state. He had been young before. He, too, once had someone he liked. Brotherly Feng, since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Have a good rest. If there's anything you need, and if Aunt Chiu can't handle it, you can ask her to look for me. If there's something urgent, you can ask Aunt Chiu to call me over. In front of Duan Lingtian, the Wang clan leader, Wang Kuei, was very humble. He even said bluntly that if Duan Lingtian had something urgent, He could ask someone to look for him. After all, he was the Wong clan leader. In the Wong clan, the only ones who could make him run around were the two Grand Supreme Elders with lofty statuses. And now, there was obviously another person. After Duan Lingtian officially settled down in the Wong clan, on the other side of the Wong clan mansion, Wang Ming looked at Wang Luoyu and said with a sigh, the clan leader just sent a message saying that that person will rest first today and will only see you tomorrow. Have a good rest tonight. I'll look for you at noon tomorrow and bring you to see him. As soon as Wang Ming finished speaking, he turned around and left. As he turned around, he could not help but shake his head lightly. If it was possible, he also hoped that Wang Luoyu would be able to walk out of the cage that was the Wang clan. However, it was obviously impossible. The Wang clan would not give up on such a good social resource. After Wang Ming left, Yi Chengwei could not help but feel slightly angry. What did that person mean? So impolite? He came to look for you. If he wanted to see you, he would see you. If he didn't want to see you, he wouldn't see you. Why did he purposely drag it out until tomorrow? He made us wait here for half a day in vain. Right now, Yi Chengwei was a little angry. Sister Chengwei. Wang Luoyu shook her head lightly and said, since that person wants to see me tomorrow, he must have his own plans. Don't be angry because of me. When Yi Chengwei heard Wang Luoyu's words, she could not help but frown. Then she sent a voice transmission to the old woman standing nearby and asked if she was confident she could bring Wang Luoyu out of the Wang clan. Young Mississippi, the old woman, sent a voice transmission and sighed. If we had just arrived, as long as Miss Luoyu cooperated, perhaps we would have some confidence. But now, I'm afraid it's impossible. Just now, I could clearly feel that there were a few more powerful divine senses in the surroundings. Obviously, there are strong people in the Wang clan watching over here. Their purpose is to prevent Miss Luoyu from leaving. When the old woman said this, Yi Chengwei instantly felt despair, but at the same time, she became even more furious. Tomorrow I'll follow Sister Liu over to see. What kind of man is actually so shameless to force a girl to marry him? Now, Yi Chengwei was counting her chickens before they hatched. However, the next day, when she wanted to go over with Wang Liu, she was stopped by Wang Ming. Young Miss Yi, the patriarch said that only Luoyu will be brought over. As for you, you can't follow. When Wang Ming said this, Yi Chengwei originally wanted to say something, but was stopped by the old woman. Young miss, let's stay here and wait for Miss Luoyu to return. Because right when Wang Ming finished speaking, she clearly sensed that a few terrifying auras had locked onto her, and it seemed as if they would attack her at any moment. Chapter 44:19. Within the elegant and tranquil courtyard that was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds, the sound of flowing water ceaselessly rang out. Duan Lingtian, who wore violet clothes, was squatting by the side of the stream as he stretched out his hand to pick up a small fish that had swam into the shallows and was stranded before releasing it back into the stream. Little fellow, don't wander around willfully in the future. You've gone too far in some places, and the only thing waiting for you is the end of your life. Duan Lingtian muttered as he looked at the small fish that he had released. At the same time, his gaze became a little dazed at this moment. He was a stranger in a foreign land. To him, the land outside the realm was truly a foreign land. Most of the places here were far away from the God-defying realm where he was originally from. There were tens of thousands of realms connected to this place, including the God-defying realm. Young Master Li Feng, the clan leader, has brought Miss Luoyu here. Suddenly, the woman's voice sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he stood up as well. At the same time, he turned around and looked outside the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Wang Kuei, the clan leader of the Wang clan, was leading the way. Two people followed behind him. One was an old man, and the other was a young woman with a beautiful face. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. She's indeed beautiful to be recognized as the most beautiful woman in Lanshao City. Moreover, Wang Luoyu did not look like Wang Yuan at all. If Wang Yuan had not asked him to take care of his sister before he died, he would not have believed that such a beautiful woman was Wang Yuan's sister. It wasn't that Wang Yuan was ugly, but the two of them didn't look alike at all. "Ha, brotherly Feng, sorry to keep you waiting." Wang Kuei walked into the courtyard and greeted Duan Lingtian with a laugh as though they were close friends. Wang Ming and Wang Luoyu followed behind him as well. Wang Ming followed suit and bowed to Duan Lingtian. "Wang family's elder Wang Ming and Wang Luoyu, a descendant of our lineage, greet young Master Li Feng." With this sentence, Duan Lingtian knew that he was the person in charge of Wang Yuan and Wang Luoyu's direct line of descent. Patriarch Wang. Duan Lingtian smiled at Wang Kuei. Then his gaze fell on Wang Luoyu. In that instant, his gaze became somewhat scorching. He even turned a deaf ear to Wang Kuei's next words. Seeing this, Wang Kuei didn't feel embarrassed or angry. He just smiled and called out to Wang Ming and the woman in the courtyard, as well as a few other servant girls, and then left with them. Duan Lingtian and Wang Luoyu were left alone in the courtyard. In his opinion, at this time, what brotherly Feng wanted the most was to spend time alone with Wang Luoyu. Elder Wang Ming. Brotherly Feng is a man of striking appearance. It won't be an insult to Lu. You don't have to look so glum. After leaving the courtyard, Wang Kuei frowned slightly and looked at Wang Ming. He naturally saw the unnatural expression on Wang Ming's face. Hearing this, Wang Ming smiled bitterly. Patriarch, if Liu can be with young Master Li Feng, it's his fault. I'm only glum because I'm worried that young Master Li Feng will get bored and abandon Liu in the future. This girl lost her parents when she was young. She and her only brother, Wang Yuan, depend on each other. Now, even Wang Yuan, Wang Ming didn't continue. He just shook his head and sighed. Hearing this, Wang Kuei's expression softened slightly. What happened to Wang Yuan is something that no one wants to see. After all, he was publicly acknowledged by the two grand elders as the one with the most hope of reaching the ultimate stage among the current generation of Wang family disciples. As the patriarch of the Wang family, how could he not feel heartache when something happened to Wang Yuan? Wang Yuan was considered a genius, even in the history of the Wang family. Of course, he definitely couldn't compare to that monster called Li Feng, but in the Sky Sand Realm he was still a rare genius. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know or hear the conversation between the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, and Wang Ming outside the courtyard. This was because the courtyard had its own soundproofing array that isolated the sounds inside. Since Duan Lingtian couldn't hear it, Wang Luoyu naturally couldn't hear it either. Come and sit. After confirming that the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, and the others had left the courtyard, they no longer observed them. Duan Lingtian's burning gaze towards Wang Luoyu disappeared and was replaced by indifference. After that, Duan Lingtian slowly walked to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down. At the same time, he gestured for Wang Luoyu to sit as well. At this moment, Wang Luoyu was also a little confused. Just now, the burning gaze of the other party had scared her so much that her heartbeat kept accelerating, and the sudden change in the other party's attitude completely baffled her. However, although she walked closer to Duan Lingtian, she didn't dare to sit down. Instead, she stood in front of the stone table and lowered her head somewhat awkwardly. Young Master Li Feng, what are your orders? Sit down. Duan Lingtian spoke again. His voice was a little louder, and there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. Seeing that Wang Luoyu was trembling in fear but still didn't sit down, Duan Lingtian shook his head and shrugged helplessly. Sit down. I'm a friend of your brother, Wang Yuan. My brother's friend. Wang Luoyu finally raised her head and glanced at Duan Lingtian. There was confusion and disbelief in her eyes. I've never heard my brother mention you as a friend. I know almost all of my brother's friends, Wang Luoyu said. Although that was what she said, Wang Liu also felt that with the other party status, there was no need for him to pretend to be her brother's friend, unless he wanted to use this opportunity to quickly get closer to her. But that didn't seem to be necessary. After all, with the Wang family around, she couldn't possibly reject the other party. I met your brother not long before he died, Li Mu said. Duan Lingtian spoke again. Wang Luoyu's expression immediately changed. Then, as if she had suddenly gained courage, she stared straight at Duan Lingtian. Young Master Li Feng, do you know how my brother died? At this moment, Wang Luoyu seemed to have lost her composure. Sit down and let's talk. This time, Wang Luoyu was finally willing to sit down, but her gaze towards Duan Lingtian became increasingly anxious. Young Master Li Feng, do you know? She knew nothing about her brother's death, nor did she have any clues. Even the Wang family didn't have any clues. I know. As Duan Lingtian spoke, Wang Luoyu's eyes suddenly brightened. At the same time, she became even more anxious. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian did not hide anything. He recounted how he and Wang Yuan were similar, and at the same time he also told her about the situation he and Wang Yuan were in at that time. When she found out that her brother had died in the scheme of a supreme powerhouse, although Wang Luoyu felt despair, she was still filled with grief and indignation. After all, that was her brother, her biological brother. Unknowingly, she bit her lip so hard that it bled. Her delicate fists were also tightly clenched. It was obvious that she was unable to control her emotions. I'm here this time because I've been entrusted by your brother, Wang Yuan, to bring you away from the Wang family so that you won't be used as a tool for the marriage alliance. My real name is Duan Lingtian, not Li Feng. However, it's best not to reveal my real identity in front of them. Also, don't let them know my purpose. Otherwise, they won't let me bring you away. Duan Lingtian directly told Wang Luoyu the purpose of his visit this time. This was also to prevent Wang Luoyu from resisting during the process. Do you have any evidence to prove that you know my brother? Earlier, you said that he gave his spatial ring to you as well. Wang Luoyu looked at Duan Lingtian as if she wanted to confirm it one last time. When she saw Duan Lingtian take out a spatial ring, she was finally completely certain that he was not lying. To be able to make her brother remove the ownership of the self-destructing spatial ring meant that her brother trusted the person he entrusted the spatial ring to very much, and she believed in her brother's judgment. Elder brother Duan, before my brother died, was he in a lot of pain? After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, Wang Luoyu's voice trembled slightly. Her tone was filled with uncontrollable sobs. Chapter 44:20. He didn't suffer much when he died. Duan Lingtian recalled the scene of Wang Yuan's death and sighed. He said to Wang Luoyu, the only thing he couldn't let go of was you. However, even before he died, he still tried his best to give you a way out. Of course, at that time, he wasn't sure if I could escape from the clutches of that supreme powerhouse. However, that was the only thing he could do for you at that time. As for me, after I escaped, I searched all the way and came to Lanshao City. After I found out about your current situation, I thought of this idea. I pretended to marry into the Wang clan, but in reality, I wanted to bring you away from the Wang clan and Lanshao City to a place where the Wang clan couldn't find you and settle you down there. Duan Lingtian said, Elder brother Duan, you are so considerate. Wang Luoyu nodded lightly, but her tears still flowed down uncontrollably. She seemed to have lost her strength at this moment. Her brother was really gone. I hope you don't disappoint your brother Wang Yuan's last words to me. From now on, you just have to listen to my arrangements. I'll bring you away from the Wang clan in one piece. Duan Lingtian said again. The girl in front of him was crying so hard that she was like a pear blossom in the rain. However, he did not have much time to pity this girl. He was more concerned about how he could escape from the Wang clan without any flaws. Although the Grand Elder of the Wang clan seemed to think highly of him and was friendly to him. However, the premise was that he wanted to marry a female disciple of the Wang clan. The Grand Elder also hoped that he would be related to the Wang clan. Once the Grand Elder found out that he was only here to bring Wang Luoyu away, he might not be so easy to talk to, although his talent and comprehension were high, and if there were no accidents, there was hope for him to become a supreme powerhouse in the future. However, so what if that was the case? After all, he was still not a supreme powerhouse. The Wang clan might not be willing to give up the best marriage tool in the Wang clan just to invest in him. Elder brother Duan, don't worry. Hearing Duan Lingtian mention her brother again, Wang Luoyu's pretty face froze and she became unusually serious. I won't disappoint my brother. I definitely won't. Next, I will do whatever you want me to do. Wang Luoyu said. All right. A smile finally appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. As long as the other party cooperated, he would be able to do the rest by himself. However, for the sake of caution, he seriously reminded Wang Luoyu again. Don't let anyone know about this, and let a third person know that Li Feng is just a name I made up. Elder brother Duan, don't worry, Luoyu understands. Wang Luoyu hurriedly nodded. She trusted and had a good impression of the young man in front of her. If it was someone else, even if they received benefits from her brother, they wouldn't really fulfill their promise. After all, it was just a verbal promise. Furthermore, it was the promise of a person who was about to die. Without a third person present, even if he didn't fulfill the promise, no one would know. However, the person in front of her didn't do that. This was enough to prove that the person in front of her was someone who kept his promise and was trustworthy. After receiving Wang Luoyu's consent, Duan Lingtian nodded. Later, you will act as if you've hit it off with me at first sight and that we get along very well. Let them think that you also admire me and that it isn't my wishful thinking. Then I will take the opportunity to propose marriage to the Wang family. After that, we have two choices. One, we can postpone the wedding date and leave the Wang family and Lan Xiaocheng before the wedding date to bring you out of the Wang family's control. Two, we can hold the wedding as usual. Of course, you and I both know that it's just a fake wedding. The one you're marrying is Li Feng and not me, Duan Lingtian. The first choice isn't risky, but we will fall out with the Wang family. The second choice is almost free of risk. After the wedding, we can use the excuse of going out to relax and never return. Under such circumstances, the Wang family won't be able to guess that my purpose of coming to the Wang family is to bring you out of the Wang family's control. At this point, Duan Lingtian paused and said, no matter what choice you make, I will cooperate with you. Obviously, Duan Lingtian had given Wang Luoyu the power to choose. When Wang Luoyu heard this, she pondered for a moment before speaking again. Elder brother Duan, I choose the second choice. We will fake the wedding and then leave the Wang family as usual. I don't want the people in the Wang family who care about me to worry. In the end, Wang Luoyu also explained the reason for her decision. You don't have to explain too much. I've said before that no matter what choice you make, I will cooperate with you. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. This is also my promise to your brother. Now I will send you out. As for how you're going to behave, that's up to you. I can see that you and your brother are both smart people. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian stood up and led Wang Luoyu out of the courtyard. As the courtyard was isolated by a soundproof formation and was under Duan Lingtian's control, Duan Lingtian was not worried that someone would eavesdrop on his conversation with Wang Luoyu. Moreover, with his current abilities, even the two Wang family supreme elders who were close to being invincible high-level ultimate gods would not be able to eavesdrop on his conversation without anyone noticing, let alone Wang Kuei, the Wang family's clan leader. Outside, when the Wang clan's patriarch Wang Kuei saw Duan Lingtian and Wang Luoyu walk out side by side, and Duan Lingtian had a brilliant smile on his face and Wang Liu had her head lowered in embarrassment, his face revealed a brilliant smile as well. Based on the current situation, Wang Luoyu was obviously interested in this young genius. When Elder Wang Ming saw this scene, his worried expression eased up a little. Follow Elder Wang Ming back first. I have something to discuss with clan leader Wang. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Luoyu beside him and said gently. Wang Luoyu nodded lightly. Yes, big brother Li. Then she left Duan Lingtian's side with a blush on her face and walked toward Wang Ming. Her bashful appearance caused the gloomy expression on Wang Ming's face to disappear completely. It seemed that Wang Luoyu not only did not reject this young genius, but she also seemed to have feelings for him. After Wang Ming left with Wang Luoyu, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Kuei, the Wang family's clan leader, and said with a startled expression, Clan leader Wang, today, I formally propose marriage to the Wang family. I want to marry Wang Luoyu in a month's time. I'll have to trouble clan leader Wang to inform all the guests in this month's time. At that time, I want to give Luoyu a proper wedding. Before that, I'm willing to follow the process of becoming a guest elder of the Wang family and become a guest elder of the Wang family. Wang Kuei did not expect Duan Lingtian to say this. He did not expect him to be so anxious to marry Wang Luoyu after seeing her. However, when he thought of Wang Luoyu's shy expression, he faintly realized that the two of them might have taken a liking to each other. Otherwise, they would not have acted like this. Of course, this was undoubtedly a joyous occasion for the Wang family. Brother Li Feng, you can count on me. In a month's time, the Wang family will arrange your wedding properly. Also, I'd like to congratulate Brother Li Feng in advance for bringing home the beauty. The smile on Wang Kuei's face was as radiant as it could be. From this day onward, the Wang family would have another person who was close to being an invincible higher-level supreme god. Moreover, this person was not even 10,000 years old and already had the ability of an invincible higher-level supreme god. Such a monstrous existence had never appeared in the history of the heavenly Sand Realm. This time, our Wang family will once again become the center of attention. At this moment, Wang Kuei was extremely excited. When the time comes, I'll also send wedding invitations to the few supreme experts who are on good terms with our Wang family ancestors. Even if only one of them comes in the end, it will still be a great thing for our Wang family. With the help of supreme experts and a young and monstrous guest elder like Li Feng, why should our Wang family worry about not being able to restore our glory in the future? On the other side, when Wang Luoyu returned and saw Yi Qiangwei again, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Big sister Qiangwei, you shouldn't leave for the time being. I'm going to marry big brother Li in a month's time. At that time, Uncle Yi will definitely come as well. You should wait until my wedding with big brother Li is over before returning with Uncle Yi. Yi Qiangwei was stunned when she heard Yi Qiangwei's words. What the hell? Who could tell her what was going on? Sister Luoyu, you. Yi Qiangwei's mind was filled with question marks. She could not understand what Wang Luoyu had experienced and why there was such a huge change in her. Chapter 44:21. Yi Qiangwei could not wrap her head around this. Was this really her sister Luoyu? Sister Qiangwei. As for Wang Luoyu, she also saw Yi Qiangwei's shock. She smiled slightly and said, Previously, before I went to see Big Brother Li, my heart was indeed filled with unwillingness. I even lamented that I was unable to control my own fate, but after I saw Brother Li and chatted with him for almost an hour, I felt as though I had met a soulmate. Even though it's a little hard to believe. But I really did develop a good impression of Big Brother Li in just a short hour. I even look forward to being with him. As she spoke, Wang Luoyu's face was filled with infatuation. Yi Qiangwei could only frown, although she felt that something was not quite right. The Wang Luoyu before her was poles apart from the Wang Luoyu she knew. She did not seem like a person at all. However, when she scanned with her divine perception, she could confirm that the Wang Luoyu before her was the Wang Luoyu she knew and not someone in disguise. Granny. As Wang Luoyu spoke, the old woman, who was standing nearby, took out a disc array and activated layers of arrays, enveloping the courtyard they were in. Miss, right now, even the 2 grand elders of the Wang clan wouldn't be able to hear a single sound from here without me noticing. The old woman said to Yi Qiangwei. Yi Qiangwei's expression turned serious immediately. She looked at Wang Luyu, her eyes filled with worry and unconcealable anger. Sister Luyu, they must have forced you. You didn't want me to worry and asked me to help you. You were afraid of implicating my father, right? Now, no one in the Wang family will know about our conversation. You don't have to pretend to be fine and deceive me anymore, Yi Qiangwei said. Obviously, she did not think that Wang Luiyu's words were sincere. She thought that Wang Luiyu said that on purpose, so that she would not worry. Sister Qiangwei. Wang Luiyu took 2 steps forward and held Yi Qiangwei's hand. She still had a sincere smile on her face. I was really not forced. Brotherly, I do have a good impression of him. Furthermore, even though we've only met for a short while, I can tell that he's someone worth trusting. At the very least, he's much stronger than those aristocratic descendants. Big Sister Rose, when you meet Big Brotherly, you'll naturally understand why I said this. He's really not someone those hedonistic sons of aristocratic families can compare to. As she finished speaking, the infatuated smile of a young girl in love once again appeared on Wang Luiyu's face, causing Yi Qiangwei to fall silent. Even now, Wang Luiyu was still acting like this. She couldn't help but question her own judgment. Sister Rose, Wang Luiyu smiled again and said, You must want me to be happy, right? Of course. Yi Qiangwei nodded. If you can really marry the man of your dreams, Big Sister Qiangwei will give you my blessings from the bottom of my heart. But if you don't want to, Big Sister Qiangwei will do her best to help you. No matter how difficult it is, I will help you. Yi Qiangwei spoke very seriously, and these were her heartfelt words, without a hint of falsehood. Wang Luiyu naturally knew this as well. So, in the depths of her heart, besides feeling touched, she also felt a little guilty. Yi Qiangwei could be said to be the person closest to her after the death of her brother Wang Yuan. Regarding her and that elder brother Duan, even if she were to tell her, she wouldn't tell on them. But since she had promised that elder brother Duan not to let anyone know about this matter, she naturally couldn't go back on her words. After all, the one who knew and understood Yi Qiangwei was her, and not that elder brother Duan. She trusted this big sister Rose of hers, but that elder brother Duan might not. Big Sister Rose, don't worry, I really didn't force you. 1 month later, it'll be my wedding day with Big Brotherly. At that time, I still want you to help me dress up, Wang Luiyu said with a smile. When Yi Qiangwei heard this, a trace of gentleness flashed across her eyes. Little Sister Luiyu, of course I have to personally help you dress up. I'm really curious, what kind of man can make you fall in love at first sight? Big Sister Rose, if you want to see him, I'll see him in 2 days' time and ask if it's convenient for him to see you. If it's convenient, I'll arrange for the 2 of you to meet, Wang Luiyu said with a smile. Of course. Her words were perfunctory. That elder brother Duan had come to the Wang family in Blue Dawn City to save her because of her brother Wang Yuan's dying wish. It was already commendable for him to go to this extent, so how could she trouble him and ask for his help? She, Wang Luiyu, was not an insatiable person. After the Wang family patriarch, Wang Kuei, left the family's spatial artifact, he naturally heard about the news from Dancing Sun City and Kanglin City. Although he knew about these 2 matters, he didn't pay much attention to them. He also didn't think that these 2 matters had anything to do with the Wang family's interaction with that freak, Li Feng. As for the matter of the Meng family from Kanglin City coming to propose marriage and being rejected, he didn't take it to heart. Or rather, he didn't remember anyone from the Meng family coming to propose marriage. In the past, the Meng family was only a second-rate family in Kanglin City. Although their status was on par with the Wang family in Blue Dawn City, the Wang family had once produced an ultimate powerhouse and had a deep foundation that the Meng family, which had never produced an ultimate powerhouse, could not compare to. Under such circumstances, the Wang family from Blue Dawn City had a sense of superiority when facing the Meng family from Kanglin City. Because of this, the Wang family did not take the Meng family's proposal seriously at all. In fact, the Wang family patriarch, Wang Kuei, did not even personally receive the Meng family's representative. He just casually sent a Wang family elder to send the representative away. In the Wang family's eyes, even if they wanted to use Wang Luoyu for a marriage alliance, they would not find a family that was not as good as the Wang family. Only those who were currently more powerful than the Wang family would be valued by the Wang family. Some of those with noble statuses would even be personally received by the Wang family patriarch, Wang Kuei. However, this did not include the direct descendant of the Meng family from Kanglin City, Meng Yujing. After waiting for more than half a month, the Meng family from Kanglin City finally saw the return of the Meng family's ancestor, who had left to become an ultimate powerhouse. The moment the old man in a loose green robe appeared in the sky above Kanglin City, he was welcomed by the other ultimate powerhouses of Kanglin City. Brother Meng, congratulations. Ha! Old Brother Meng, congratulations on becoming an ultimate powerhouse. Old Brother Meng, you're the first person in the history of the Meng family to become an ultimate powerhouse. In the future, your name will go down in history, and you'll be revered by the future generations of the Meng family. The few ultimate powerhouses from the first-rate families of Kanglin City who had come were all very familiar and polite to the green-robed old man in front of them. They knew the old man's previous strength. He was definitely not weaker than them before becoming an ultimate powerhouse. Now, although the old man had just become an ultimate powerhouse, his strength was not necessarily weaker than them who had not improved after becoming an ultimate powerhouse. In the face of such an existence, they naturally could not ignore him or even look down on him like they did before he became an ultimate powerhouse. Thank you, everyone. The green-robed old man's face was flushed red at this moment. When he saw the polite people in front of him, there was an indescribable excitement in the depths of his eyes. In the past, although he was only one step away from becoming an ultimate powerhouse, he was not an ultimate powerhouse after all. The difference between him and the people in front of him was like heaven and earth. He even had to look up to them. Now that he had become an ultimate powerhouse, he could be on equal footing with them. According to tradition, the Meng family he was in would also be promoted to a first-rate family in Kanglin City. Old Brother Meng, since the Meng family has produced an ultimate powerhouse like you, then, from now on, the Meng family will also become a first-rate family in our Kanglin City. Before old Brother Meng returned, we've already ceded some properties and handed them over to the Meng family. The current patriarch of the Meng family will personally take over. If old Brother Meng feels that it's not enough, we can discuss it again. While the Meng family patriarch was receiving the ultimate powerhouses in Kanglin City, a group of people in the Meng family, including Meng Yujing, were eagerly waiting for the Meng family patriarch's return. There was a commotion just now. The patriarch should be back. The people who appeared just now seemed to be the supreme powerhouses of our Kanglin City. They came out together to welcome the patriarch. It's definitely not appropriate for us to go over directly now. It's better for us to wait for the patriarch's return in the family. Meng Yujing stood among the group of people in the Meng family. His eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. That Lanshao City's Wang family not only rejected my marriage proposal, but also the Meng family's marriage proposal. They actually dared to send an invitation to the Meng family to participate in Wang Luoyu's wedding with someone else? They're going too far. When the patriarch returns, I'll definitely make him avenge me. Wang Luoyu, even if the Wang family has betrothed you to someone else, even if the Wang family is already preparing for your wedding, you're still mine. Your Wang family might have supreme powerhouses aiding you in the future. However, would those people help you, a descendant of the Wang family from a branch family who joined the main family and has a lowly bloodline? What a joke! Chapter 44:22. Within Lanshao City. Originally, it was filled with news from afar about the annihilation of the 5 major clans of Dancing Sun City, the fall of an ultimate powerhouse, the destruction of Dancing Sun City, and the appearance of a new ultimate powerhouse in Kanglan City. However, recently, these 2 shocking pieces of news were suppressed by another piece of news. This piece of news was that the Wang clan of Lanshao City would be holding a wedding in half a month's time. In fact, this piece of news had spread half a month ago. However, even after half a month, the news did not die down. Instead, it became more and more lively as the wedding approached. This time, it said that the Wang clan is marrying off their daughter to a young genius from outside the Tiansha region. As for whether he has a strong background, it's unknown. That young genius must be extraordinary to be able to make the Wang clan marry off Wang Feiyu. That's right. The Wang clan has always been a person who won't act unless there's an incentive. It's almost impossible for them to do a losing business. The wedding is in half a month's time. At that time, there will be many clans from the dozens of major cities in the Tiansha region who will send people over. Also, many of the forces in the wilderness will have received the Wang clan's invitation. I wonder if the Wang clan's ancestors' influence will be able to invite an ultimate powerhouse. If an ultimate powerhouse really comes, it will definitely cause a chain reaction. There will be other ultimate powerhouses coming as well. If that's the case, it'll be really lively. Everyone in Lanshao City was discussing the mysterious son-in-law of the Wang clan who came from outside the Tiansha region. They were curious about where he came from and how talented he was to be able to make the Wang clan willingly marry off Wang Feiyu, who is known as the most beautiful woman in Lanshao City. Duan Lingtian, who occasionally walked out of the Wang clan, naturally saw and heard the commotion in Lanshao City. However, his thoughts were not here. Instead, he wanted to know more about the Wang clan and Lanshao City. In the process, he also learned a lot about the 4 first-rate clans in Lanshao City. The 4 first-rate clans in Lanshao City all had ultimate powerhouses in their current generation. They were also the most powerful clans in Lanshao City. They were actually against the Wang clan, but because the Wang clan still had some connections with some supreme experts in the outside world, they were still polite to the Wang clan on the surface. For example, the Wang family's wedding banquet in half a month's time might not be attended by the family heads of the first-class families in other cities, but the 4 major families in Lanshao City definitely had family heads there. Even if the clan head didn't come, the great elder, whose status wasn't much lower than the clan head, would come in Lanshao City. The 4 first-rate families still gave face to the Wang family on the surface. As the saying goes, the predecessor plants the tree, and the successor enjoys the shade. The Wang clan had a supreme expert in the past. Even though the supreme expert is no longer around, he still brought them all kinds of benefits. In Lanshao City, most of the industries were in the hands of the 4 first-rate families. Below them, the one who controlled the most assets was the Wang family. It was to the point that the Wang clan controlled more than twice the amount of the other second-rate clans. This showed the Wang family's foundation in Lanshao City. Humph! I don't know what kind of bewitching potion the Wang family had. Wang Kuei ate to actually betroth Wang Luoyu to him. Within the Tiansha region, there are young geniuses who are more outstanding than him. I don't even know how many there are. If you ask me, if that kid goes up against you, young master, I'm afraid he'll be defeated by you in less than 3 moves. Duan Lingtian slowly walked past a large street. On the street that was filled with people, a master and servant walked past, and the conversation between the 2 entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Hearing that, Duan Lingtian was startled at first, but then he shook his head and smiled. He didn't take it seriously. Looks like the Wang clan has done a good job of keeping my information a secret. At least, they didn't tell anyone that my strength is close to that of an invincible, high-level supreme god. Previously, Duan Lingtian had no idea of his current strength. It wasn't until recently that he had a better understanding of the outside world that he realized how shocking the strength he displayed at the age of less than 10,000 years old was. Of course, across the 10,000 worlds and the outside world, there were such geniuses. However, without exception, they were all well-known figures. Although they were still young and had not stepped into the realm of an invincible high-level supreme god or become an ultimate expert, they were already more famous than many of the older generation experts who were close to becoming an invincible high-level supreme god. All of this was because they were younger. Youth represented limitless possibilities. For example, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, if he was already past his prime and had even been injured when facing the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, then who would think that he had a chance to become an invincible high-level supreme god or even an ultimate expert? Although becoming an ultimate expert did not necessarily require one to pass the threshold of an invincible high-level supreme god, that kind of existence almost had no hope of becoming an ultimate expert in their lifetime. They were too old. If they could really break through, they wouldn't have to wait until then. For existences at that age, unless they had some special encounter, breaking through was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There are also differences in strength among those who have just entered the ultimate expert realm. After coming to the outside world, Duan Lingtian not only understood many things about the outside world, but he also understood many things about the later part of his cultivation journey. There were those who had just entered the ultimate expert realm who were close to becoming an invincible high-level supreme god, and those who were close to becoming an ultimate expert, and those who were close to becoming an ultimate expert. The former, even if they had just entered the ultimate realm, was stronger than an invincible high-level supreme god. However, the latter, even if they had just entered the ultimate realm, was far stronger than the former. They were both ultimate experts who had just entered the ultimate realm. However, the strength of an invincible high-level supreme god was so strong that they were considered very strong even among the ultimate experts. Some high-level supreme gods who had not experienced the stage of being an invincible high-level supreme god and had been in the ultimate realm for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years might not be comparable to an invincible high-level supreme god who had just entered the ultimate realm. Becoming an invincible high-level supreme god depends more on talent and comprehension. I have 2 ultimate expert godhoods as support, so it's not impossible for me to become an invincible high-level supreme god. Of course, the ultimate expert godhoods can only be used as support. In the outside world, there may be fewer ultimate expert godhoods, but they are definitely not fewer than an invincible high-level supreme god. This also means that even with the ultimate expert godhoods, one may not necessarily be able to become an invincible high-level supreme god. Although Duan Lingtian had the ultimate expert godhoods in his hands, he did not blindly believe that he would definitely become an invincible high-level supreme god with the help of the ultimate expert godhoods. If it was so easy to become an invincible high-level supreme god, it would not be that the number of invincible high-level supreme gods in the outside world and even in the infinite worlds was less than the number of ultimate experts. This was something that had shocked Duan Lingtian for a long time. According to many people's investigations, the number of invincible high-level supreme gods in the outside world and even in the infinite worlds was less than 1/10 of the ultimate experts. This was terrifying. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to become an invincible high-level supreme god. It's said that there are some people who clearly have the confidence to become an ultimate expert, but they suppress their breakthrough. They want to become an ultimate expert after becoming an invincible, high-level supreme god. Some people say that after becoming an ultimate expert, cultivation is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's extremely difficult to increase one's strength after that. Therefore, if one becomes an invincible high-level supreme god before breaking through to become an ultimate expert, one can be considered one of the best among the ultimate experts after becoming an ultimate expert. Some people also say that as long as one's lifespan is still long and one is still young, It's best to try and become an invincible, high-level supreme god. To a certain extent, becoming an invincible high-level supreme god gives one a greater sense of accomplishment than becoming an ultimate expert. Invincible high-level supreme gods are also the targets that all the ultimate experts fight to win over. Once an invincible high-level supreme god becomes an ultimate expert, they will be the strongest among the ultimate experts. Even if they don't become an ultimate expert, they will still have the ability to be invincible among those below the ultimate expert level. There are many fortuitous encounters in the outer realms. There are some places with amazing fortuitous encounters that even supreme masters can't enter. Even if there are treasures that even supreme masters would covet, they can only look at them and can't take them. Under such circumstances, if only those below the ultimate expert level enter, an invincible high-level supreme god will undoubtedly have a great advantage. Many ultimate experts try to win over an invincible high-level supreme god because of this. Invincible high-level supreme god. Unknowingly, these words seem to have taken root in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was as though there was a voice constantly reminding him that even if he had the opportunity to become an ultimate expert in the future, it was best to suppress his cultivation base and try to become an ultimate expert after becoming an invincible high-level supreme god. Yun Qingyan has merged with the Baihun clan and has the ability of an ultimate expert. However, according to the Xia clan's ultimate expert ancestor, he should only be an ordinary ultimate expert. If I rashly enter the ultimate realm before becoming an invincible high-level supreme god, even if I meet him, I might not be stronger than him. If I'm not stronger than him, I won't be able to suppress him and force him to release Ker's soul imprisonment power. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he thought about his wife, Ker. He naturally hadn't forgotten his original intention for coming to the outer dimension this time. It was to save his wife, Ker. Of course, even if I become an invincible higher ultimate god, it will still take some time for me to enter the ultimate realm. However, as long as I become an invincible higher ultimate god, there will be an ultimate realm expert who will extend an olive branch to me. At that time, I will be able to negotiate with the other party and ask them to help me find that person and force him to release Ker's soul shackles. If that's the case, I'll be able to save Ku, or before I become an omnipotent. Also, if it's an extremely powerful ultimate powerhouse who is considered a top existence among the ultimate powerhouses of the 10,000 realms or even the ultimate powerhouses of the outer realms, they might be able to help Ku or break the seal on her soul. During this period of time in the outer realm, I've learned more about the Baihun clan. Those who are stronger than them by a certain level can also forcefully release their soul imprisonment power. For example, even if it's an invincible high-level supreme god from the Baihun clan, any ultimate expert can easily remove the soul imprisonment power from their soul imprisonment power. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought about this. Unknowingly, he clenched his fists tightly. I, Duan Lingtian, I must become an invincible high-level supreme god. Compared to becoming an invincible high-level supreme god without becoming an invincible high-level supreme god, he was more confident that he could save his wife, Ker. Chapter 44:23 Invincible Upper Level Ultimate God. I must become an invincible upper level ultimate god. This thought lingered in Duan Lingtian's mind for a long time as though he was possessed. At the same time, he stood on the side of the street as though his acupoints had been sealed. The sudden action of a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by. However, no one disturbed Duan Lingtian. From their point of view, this young man was either rich or noble. Now that he was standing there in a daze, it could be that he had some enlightenment in cultivation or even had an epiphany. At this time, if they rashly disturbed him, it was very likely that they would become enemies. The best thing to do was to observe or pretend that they did not see anything. Unknowingly, a young woman walked slowly from the end of the street with an old woman. Granny, do you think Luoyu is really willing? Even though it had been half a month since Wang Luoyu said that she was willing to marry that man, Yi Qiangwei was still unwilling to believe that Wang Luoyu was willing to marry that man. Mississippi, the old woman, heard and sighed. She naturally knew what her miss was thinking. After all, she had watched Yi Qiangwei grow up. Do you think this is still important? Judging from Miss Luoyu's state in the past half a month, there is no abnormality. This also means that either what she said is true and she is willing to marry that man, or what she said is false. Either that or what she said was false. But since she's so stubborn, it means that she's already mentally prepared and made a decision. Although I don't know Miss Luoyu as well as you do, I can see that she is the kind of person who looks weak but has a strong heart. What you can do now is to follow her wishes and not create unnecessary problems. Otherwise, her efforts will go to waste. The old woman said. Yi Qiangwei was silent when she heard the old woman's words. She walked in silence for a while with a confused look in her eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her empty eyes. Immediately, her originally unfocused eyes focused again. It's him. With just a glance, Yi Qiangwei recognized the young man who stood motionlessly by the side of the road like a statue. He was the mysterious young man who had saved her on the way to Blue Dawn City. Back then, when he had parted ways with the Wang clan, he was still thinking of using his connections with the Wang clan to investigate the other party's whereabouts and background. However, what happened to her sister, Wang Luoyu, caused her to completely forget about looking for her. Even if she occasionally thought about it, she didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that they would meet again here? Miss, it's that benefactor. At the same time that Yi Qiangwei discovered Duan Lingtian, the old woman behind her also discovered Duan Lingtian. In addition to gratitude, there was also some respect in her eyes. After all, although the other party was young, he was an existence that was more powerful than him. He was suspected to be an existence close to the invincible, high-level, ultimate God. He was less than 10,000 years old, but he was suspected to be close to the invincible, high-level, ultimate God level. Throughout the history of the Tiansha territory, he had never seen or heard of such a person. He can't be experiencing an epiphany on the street, right? Soon, Yi Qiangwei discovered that the other party's condition was not right. As for the old woman behind her, she moved almost at the instant her words left her mouth. In the blink of an eye, she arrived near the young man. She stood there, and without alarming the young man, she vigilantly surveyed her surroundings. Her qi was also locked down on the area within a circumference of 100 meters. If there was any movement that was unfavorable to the young man, she would be the first to discover it and intervene. Although she was not very familiar with the young man half a month ago, if it were not for his help, she would have died in the hands of the experts from the Blood Sea organization, and her miss would have been taken away. Although the other party had no intention of asking them to repay his kindness, she remembered it in her heart. Now, seeing that the other party seemed to have entered a certain state, her first thought was to protect the other party so that no one would disturb him. Although she wasn't sure what the other party's situation was, she believed that her actions would only benefit the other party. Yi Qiangwei also reacted in the next moment. She quickly moved to the other side of Duan Lingtian and protected the Duan Lingtian with the old woman. At that moment, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what the two of them were doing. Although he seemed to be in a daze as though his soul had left his body, it was only because he was not in any danger. Otherwise, he would have regained his senses immediately. Currently, his mind was filled with the crazy thought of becoming an invincible, higher, ultimate God. As a result, his mind was in a mess and he could not calm down. However, this state did not last for long before it was suppressed by him. When he had completely calmed down, he opened his eyes and saw the master and servant who were protecting him. A hint of gentleness flashed in his eyes. He could tell what the two of them were doing. Although he knew he did not need them to do this, he also knew the two of them could not possibly understand his state earlier. They might have thought he was experiencing an epiphany and regarding him vigilantly. No matter what, based on his character, he was destined to accept this favor. Thank you, both of you. Duan Lingtian thanked the two in front of him and cupped his hands slightly. His expression was solemn. You're awake. Yi Qiangwei's expression softened. The young man in front of her was obviously different from the heartless he was when they parted ways previously. It was obvious he was enlightened by her and her mother-in-law's actions. At that moment, the old woman also regained her senses and sighed. I thought you were comprehending something, but I didn't expect you were just in a daze. My lady and I were worried for nothing. At that moment, the old woman also sensed from Duan Lingtian's faint aura when he regained his senses that the young man in front of her was also vigilant of his surroundings. Moreover, he was not comprehending anything. He was just in a daze. Under such circumstances, the young man had the ability to protect himself. No matter what, I still have to thank both of you. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. His attitude was gentle, completely different from when he was facing Yi Qiangwei earlier. Then, at that moment, Yi Qiangwei's eyes turned. Now, can you tell me, what's your name? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then he shook his head and smiled. There's nothing that can't be said. Miss Yi, my name is Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that the Ye family's Miss Yi Qiangwei and Wang Leiyu from the Wang family were best friends who could talk about anything. If he knew, perhaps he would consider if he should tell her his real name. Of course, the current him was indebted to Yi Qiangwei and her servant for protecting him, so he did not conceal his true identity. Duan Lingtian. Yi Qiangwei silently remembered this name in her heart. At the same time, a smile bloomed on her face. Elder brother Duan, is the family or sect behind you from the outer realm or the three great realms? Obviously, Yi Qiangwei was still curious about Duan Lingtian's origin. Neither. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The realm I'm in is one of the 18 realms below the three great realms. What? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only was Yi Qiangwei stunned, but even the old woman turned pale with fright. The 18 realms that were inferior to the three great realms actually gave birth to such a monstrous existence. Chapter 44:24. Although Duan Lingtian had mentioned his background, he did not elaborate further. He even said all this because Yi Qiangwei and the old woman had protected him earlier, and he owed them a favor. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother to tell them his name, let alone his origin. Of course, even if he did not elaborate on his background, both Yi Qiangwei and the old woman were shocked when they heard that Duan Lingtian came from the 10,000 worlds, and was not from one of the three great worlds that stood at the peak of the 10,000 worlds. Perhaps he has the bloodline of a supreme expert, and that super expert just so happened to have stayed in his home domain and left behind a descent there. Yi Qiangwei and the old woman looked at each other. When Yi Qiangwei communicated with the old woman, she said that she could not understand, and the old woman made such a guess. This guess was quickly approved by Yi Qiangwei. Other than this, she really could not think of any other possibility. Young Master Duan, do you have anything to do in Blue Dawn City? Yi Qiangwei was a little reserved in front of Duan Lingtian, so she could only let the old woman ask Duan Lingtian on her behalf. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard the old woman's question. I do have something to do. However, it's almost done, and I'll leave this place when the time comes. Duan Lingtian exchanged a few more pleasantries with the old woman, then nodded to Yi Qiangwei and turned to leave. Yi Qiangwei brought the old woman and looked at Duan Lingtian's back view from afar. Her gaze was especially complicated. Even she did not know why, but she had an inexplicable feeling toward this young man with a mysterious background and monstrous talent. She only felt that he was completely different from the young talents she had met before. In front of him, the young talents she had met before were not even worth mentioning. Mississippi, at this moment, the old woman seemed to have vaguely seen through Yi Changwei's thoughts, and she sighed. You and him are people from two different worlds. Perhaps her family's young miss had yet to develop feelings of admiration for that young Master Duan. However, she was definitely filled with admiration and curiosity. And this was often the beginning of a woman's downfall. She, too, had been young once. She knew very well that women of this age were easily muddle-headed and even one-track minded. Granny, what are you saying? Yi Changwei's cheeks reddened as her thoughts were exposed. I don't like him. I just feel that he's different from other men. I believe what Miss said. The old woman nodded. What I said just now was just to remind Miss. Don't be curious about him. Just treat him as a passerby in your life. Perhaps after he leaves Lanshao City in half a month's time, the two of you will never meet again. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of the conversation between Yi Changwei and the old woman after he left. After he left, he wandered around Lan Xiaoqing for a while before returning to the Wang family. He returned to the VIP courtyard that the Wang family had arranged for him. For the next period of time, he did not plan to go out again. He just wanted to wait for the wedding day to arrive. At that time, he and Wang Luoyu would finish their act and leave with Wang Luoyu. After settling Wang Luoyu down, he could continue to pursue his goal. In the past, his goal had only been to grow stronger and find the supreme expert from the succubus clan who had merged with Yun Qinyan. At the same time, he was worried that he would not be able to do anything to the supreme expert from the succubus clan. Now, his goal was to become an invincible higher ultimate god. As long as he became an invincible higher ultimate god, he would be valued by the ultimate experts. At that time, he would choose a powerful ultimate expert to work for him. Perhaps he would be able to get the ultimate expert to save Kerr. However, Duan Lingtian wanted to wait quietly for the wedding day, but there were people who would not let him wait. On this day, the Wang family welcomed two uninvited guests. These two people were from the Meng clan of Songlan City that had been the talk of the town recently. The Meng family of Kanglan City was frequently mentioned and discussed because Ultimate Expert had recently appeared in the Meng family of Kanglan City. Moreover, it was the first Ultimate Expert in the history of the Meng family. Everyone was talking about how the Meng family was going to rise to prominence this time. Young Master Meng, please come in. I have informed the patriarch, and he is waiting for you in the reception hall. Outside the Wang family mansion, one of the Wang family elders who had been in charge of accumulating power respectfully led a young man and a middle-aged man through the main gate into the Wang family mansion. The young man was none other than Meng Yujing, a direct descendant of the Meng family of Kanglan City. In fact, this was not Meng Yujing's first visit to the Wang family mansion. Not long ago, he had visited the Wang family mansion, but he had not received such preferential treatment at that time. At that time, he had not even met the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, before he was dealt with. However, today he was being treated differently when he visited the Wang family mansion again. This was because an ultimate expert had appeared in the Wang family mansion. He believed that if he told the Wang family that the ultimate expert was the patriarch of the Wang family mansion and loved him dearly, it could be said that he was the Wang family mansion's most beloved descendant. The patriarch of the Wang family mansion, Wang Kuei, would definitely not just wait for him in the reception hall. He would definitely come out to welcome him personally. Young Master Meng, you must be here to represent the Meng family and attend our Wang family's wedding in 10 days, right? Young Master Meng, you are early. In the next 10 days, I will arrange for you to walk around the Lanshao City. All your expenses will be paid by the Wang family. The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, was very polite when he faced Meng Yujing in the reception hall. Now he was certain that Meng Yujing was here on behalf of the Meng family of Kanglan City. Under such circumstances, he naturally did not dare to neglect this representative of the Wang family. After all, the Meng family of Kanglan City was no longer the same as before. The Meng family, which had produced an ultimate expert, had risen in status. At least within the Tiansha region, they were above the Wang family of Kanglin City. He was not worried that Meng Yujing would spend recklessly after he said that the Wang family would pay for his expenses in the Lanshao city. He was giving face to Meng Yujing and the Meng family of Kanglin City. If Meng Yujing were to act recklessly, not only would he be humiliated, but the Meng family of Kanglin City would be humiliated as well. He did not think that someone who was sent as a representative by the Meng family of Kanglin City would act recklessly. Therefore, when he said these words, he was very casual and did not have the slightest hesitation. When Meng Yujing heard Wang Kuei's words, he was first stunned. Then his expression turned cold. "Patriarch Wang, what do you mean by this? Are you humiliating me, Meng Yujing?" Meng Yujing's expression changed instantly. His tone was unfriendly as he questioned loudly. Chapter 44:25. Are you humiliating me, Meng Yujing? Wang Kuei was stunned by Meng Yujing's words. He did not know why this brat from the Meng family in Kanglin City had suddenly changed his attitude. He was still polite a moment ago, but in the next moment, it was as if he had a blood feud with him. "Young Master Meng, why do you say that?" Wang Kuei was the head of the Wang family after all. Although he did not understand Meng Yujing's sudden change in attitude, he quickly recovered and asked in a low voice, "Did you misunderstand something?" At the same time, Wang Kuei recalled his previous words. There did not seem to be anything wrong. It was also because of this that he did not know this brat from the Meng family. What the hell was wrong with him? Did he really think that the Meng family could completely disregard the Wang family just because they had produced the first ultimate powerhouse in history? Did he think that a brat from the Meng family could disregard him, the head of the Wang family? Wang Kuei sneered in his heart. So what if the Meng family had produced an ultimate powerhouse? It was not as if the Wang family had never produced an ultimate powerhouse. To this day, the Wang family could still contact a few ultimate powerhouses who had close ties with their ancestors. If the Wang family was really in trouble, those few would definitely not stand by and do nothing. If not, how could the Wang family still stay in the inner city of Lanshao City and not be expelled by the other first-rate families? Misunderstanding. Meng Yujing sneered. "I did not misunderstand. Head of the Wang family. When I came to the Wang family to ask for her hand in marriage, the head elder of the Wang family told me that Miss Wang Luoyu wanted to mourn for her brother for 100 years and had no intention of marrying anyone for 100 years. But now, I've heard that the Wang family is betrothing her to someone else. Are you treating me, Meng Yujing, like a monkey?" Meng Yujing asked in a low voice. As he spoke, he was burning with anger. Of course, this was not an act. Meng Yujing was indeed furious when he thought of this. Even though back then, when he heard Wang family's great elder's words, he already knew that they were just half-hearted words, that the Wang family didn't think highly of him, didn't think highly of the Wang family that didn't have any supreme experts back then. However, now that he had enough confidence, even though he knew that the Wang clan was just being perfunctory, he still brought it up and used it as a starting point for his trip. As for the head of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, when he heard Meng Yujing's words, he was startled at first. Then he realized that the person in front of him did not come with good intentions. For a moment, his expression darkened as he glared at Meng Yujing. He believed that Meng Yujing definitely knew that the grand elder of the Wang clan was just being perfunctory. Yet he still brought up that matter now. He was undoubtedly trying to stir up trouble. "Young Master Meng, if this is true, I will definitely severely punish our Wang clan's grand elder." As the head of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei was naturally not someone to be trifled with. "Didn't you say that our Wang clan grand elder was just being perfunctory? Then I will punish him. As for whether he would be punished afterwards, that was another matter altogether." Could this little brat of the Wong clan continue to stay in the Wong clan to keep an eye on this matter? Moreover, even if this little brat really insisted on staying in the Wong clan, it would not be a big deal for the Wong clan to symbolically punish the Grand Elder. His words do not represent our Wong clan. Wang Kuei shook his head as he spoke. Meng Yujing frowned when he heard Wang Kuei's words. He did not expect that Wang Kuei would be able to bluff his way through such a good opening. The Wong clan Grand Elder did not represent the Wong clan? Punish the Wong clan Grand Elder? At this moment, he realized how difficult it was to deal with the head of the Wong clan. For a moment, he did not even know what to say. In the next instant, Meng Yujing took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "If that's the case, then the Wong clan should not have rejected my marriage proposal. Since Miss Wang Liu is not married yet, and no one knows who she is marrying, why don't we change the person Miss Wang Liu is marrying to me, Meng Yujing?" Meng Yujing looked at Wang Kuei and said bluntly. When Wang Kuei heard Meng Yujing's words, he could not help but be startled, even though he was used to seeing all sorts of situations. He did not expect this little brat from the Meng clan to be so laughable. How could the person the Wang clan wanted Wang Liu to marry be an ordinary person? Did this little brat from the Wang clan think that he was more important than that young genius Li Feng in the eyes of the Wang clan? How laughable! At this moment, Wang Kuei laughed disdainfully in his heart. Even though he did not laugh out loud, his gaze when he looked at Meng Yujing again was filled with contempt. "Young Master Meng, this joke is a little too much. It's not funny at all." Wang Kuei was giving Meng Yujing face by saying this. If Meng Yujing did not want this face, then he did not mind falling out with him. Although the Meng clan had produced an ultimate powerhouse in terms of foundation, they were still inferior to the Wang clan. Even the new ultimate powerhouse of the Meng clan would have to consider his gains and losses before making a move against the Wang clan. Moreover, the other party might not necessarily target the Wang clan for this little brat from the Meng clan. This little brat from the Meng clan might not even have a close relationship with that person. As the clan leader of the Wang clan, he knew very well that even if there was an ultimate powerhouse in the clan, he would not dote on every disciple and would even be willing to stand up for them. "Clan leader Wang, I'm not joking." Meng Yujing smiled coldly. "What I'm saying is not only my own opinion, but also my great-grandfather's opinion." "Your great-grandfather?" Wang Kuei frowned slightly. At the same time, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Could it be the new ultimate powerhouse of the Meng clan? When he thought about Meng Yujing's strength, he vaguely had an answer in his heart. "My great-grandfather is Meng Tianfeng." Meng Yujing enunciated each word clearly. When he finished speaking, his face was filled with arrogance, as though he did not take Wang Kuei, the clan leader of the Wang clan, seriously. Meng Tianfeng. When Wang Kuei heard Meng Yujing's words, he knew he had guessed correctly. Among the younger generation of the Meng clan, my great-grandfather dotes on me the most. Before he broke through to the ultimate stage, he publicly announced that he would personally nurture me and make me the next clan leader of the Meng clan. This was where Meng Yujing's confidence came from. At this moment, Wang Kuei finally understood. It was no wonder Meng Yujing was so overbearing. As it turned out, he had the support of an ultimate powerhouse. When he thought about it, he who did not have the support of an ultimate powerhouse in the past could only leave dejectedly in the face of the Wang clan's Grand Elder's perfunctory attitude. This was because the Meng clan in the past could not be compared to the Wang clan in terms of status. However, now that the Meng clan had an ultimate powerhouse, their status in the Heavenly Sand region had already surpassed the Wang clan in one fell swoop. Of course, no one would think that the Meng clan had the ability to destroy the Wang clan just because they were more powerful than the Wang clan. This was because everyone knew that the Meng clan was not that stupid. After all, the Wang clan still had the various foundations left behind by the ultimate powerhouse in the past. Clan leader Wang, you won't disrespect my great-grandfather. The Wang clan won't disrespect him, right? Meng Yujing asked meaningfully as he looked deeply at Wang Kuei. When Wang Kuei heard this, he did not immediately respond. Instead, he looked at the person behind Meng Yujing. Although he did not know this person, he could feel that this was an ultimate powerhouse. At the very least, he was not weaker than him. This was not one of the few high-level ultimate gods in the Meng clan who were not weaker than him or even stronger than him. This was probably an ultimate powerhouse who had taken the initiative to join the Meng clan after the birth of an ultimate powerhouse. In the outer realm, after a high-level ultimate god broke through and became an omnipotent expert, there would be many powerful high-level ultimate gods or even existences close to invincible high-level ultimate gods who would be willing to take the initiative to become their subordinates and work for them. There were many benefits to this. First of all, they would no longer lack the divine power of an ultimate powerhouse. Secondly, they would have one more backer. As for ultimate powerhouses after breaking through to the ultimate realm, they would usually take in a few subordinates at the beginning. Once the number of subordinates reached a certain level, they would not take in any more unless that person was outstanding enough, such as an invincible high-level ultimate god or someone who had the potential to become an invincible high-level ultimate god. This kind of thing was usually best done as soon as possible. Wang Kuei guessed that this person behind Meng Yujing was probably the first batch of people to join the Meng clan after learning that the Wang clan had produced an ultimate powerhouse. He was definitely not weak. If Patriarch Wang is worried that I am a fox trying to intimidate others, you can ask this person behind me. This person was a famous, independent cultivator expert in the Heavenly Sand Territory. I believe Patriarch Wang has heard of him before. When Meng Yujing saw that Wang Kuei did not speak, he turned his head slightly and looked at the middle-aged man behind him. At the same time he said respectfully, "Uncle Tan, please prove to me that I am not lying." At this time, the middle-aged man who had been standing behind Meng Yujing with his eyes closed opened his eyes. A sharp blade light flashed in his eyes, giving people a strong sense of oppression. After the middle-aged man opened his eyes, he looked at Wang Kuei and cupped his hands slightly. He said loudly, "Tan Xiuting greets Patriarch Wang." Tan Xiuting. Wang Kuei's pupils shrank sharply when he heard the middle-aged man's self-introduction. This person was a famous, independent cultivator in the Heavenly Sand Territory. Although his strength was not at the level of an invincible, higher, godly venerable, he was not far from it. At the very least, Wang Kuei had no confidence in winning against him. Unless he used some of the trump cards that had been passed down through the generations of patriarchs of the Wang family, it would be difficult for him to fight to a draw with the middle-aged man. So it's the Azure Flame, Saber Monarch. I didn't recognize you earlier. My apologies. Wang Kuei was very polite to experts. In the entire Wang family, perhaps only the two grand elders dared to say that they could defeat the middle-aged man. Of course, in half a month, there would be a third person in the Wang family who had the ability to defeat the middle-aged man. It was the peerless genius who was about to become the son-in-law of the Wang family, Li Feng. Patriarch Wang. The Azure Flame Saber Monarch, Tan Xiuting, smiled faintly. What young Master Meng Yujing said earlier was indeed the Supreme Lord's idea. I hope that Patriarch Wang and the Wang family will give the Supreme Lord face and betroth young Master Wang Leyu to young Master Meng Yujing. In 10 days, young Master Meng Yujing and young Master Wang Leyu will be married. As soon as he finished speaking, the saber light in Tan Xiuting's eyes flashed even more fiercely. The reason he was called the Saber Monarch was because of his deep attainments in the Saber Tao of the Weapon Tao. In addition, he had a fortuitous encounter with the law of fire that caused his red flames to turn into azure flames, making him even more powerful. Therefore, he was called the Azure Flame Saber Monarch. Chapter 44:26. As the Azure Flame Saber King finished speaking, Meng Yujing, who was standing in front of him, once again looked at Wang Kuei with a smug look on his face. It was as if he was silently saying, "Now do you believe what I said?" Wang Kuei, after hearing Tan Xiaoting's words, only frowned slightly and then smiled faintly. I really didn't expect the Azure Flame Saber King to submit to a newly ascended ultimate expert. How enviable. Wang Kuei's words were honest. Even someone as strong as the Azure Flame Saber King would not be accepted by an ultimate expert unless he submitted to one when one had just broken through. After all, not only was he not an invincible high-level supreme god, he was not even close to being one. Such an existence was only at the bottom of the hierarchy among the envoys of the ultimate experts. No matter how weak he was, the ultimate experts would not take a liking to him. Wang family leader, don't change the topic. Tan Xiaoting raised his eyebrows slightly. It was not difficult to see the smug look on his face, but he continued with the previous topic. If your Wang family's Miss Wang Luoyu can marry young Master Meng Yuzhing, it will only be good for your Wang family. Although I don't know who your Wang family is planning to marry Miss Wang Luoyu in half a month, but I heard that he is not from the Sky Sand realm. In terms of status, he is probably far inferior to young Master Meng Yuzhing. The Azure Flame Saber King kept raising Meng Yuzhing's status as he spoke. Wang Kuei's expression did not change when he heard the Azure Flame Saber King's words. Azure Flame Saber King, there are some things that our Wang family can't do as we please. That young Master Li Feng, our Wang clan has promised him. Since we've agreed, Wang Luoyu will naturally marry him. I hope that the Azure Flame Saber Monarch can properly discuss this with the person behind you when he returns. I think that person is also a sensible person. Wang Kuei said. Wang Kuei's words also indicated his intention to leave the stage. Wang Kuei, as Meng Yuzhing's expression changed drastically, Tan Xiaoting's tone also became colder. Are you saying this for yourself or for the Wang family? Those two grand supreme elders of your Wang clan, can you represent them? You should know that this time it was his honor who asked me to accompany young Master Meng Yuzhing to marry Wang Luoyu from the Wang family. As Tan Xiaoting spoke, his tone was extremely unkind. On the other hand, Wang Kuei smiled faintly when he heard those words. Just a moment ago, I've already informed the two supreme elders. The two supreme elders also have the same intention. Therefore, what I have just said can be said to represent the entire Wang clan. In the Wang clan, the two grand elders who are close to invincible high-level ultimate gods were the strongest. Below them was the Wang clan's patriarch, Wang Kuei. The decision made by the three of them was enough to represent the entire Wang clan. No one in the Wang family would dare to disobey the three of them. After receiving Wang Kuei's response, Tan Xiaoting's expression became increasingly gloomy. As for Meng Yuzhing, who was in front of him, his expression had long darkened. His fists were tightly clenched together, and his gaze was fierce. He was like an enraged, ferocious beast that could attack at any time. In that case, Wang family is not giving face to his honor. Tan Xiaoting's voice became deeper and deeper. Azure Flame Saber King, the Wang clan has no intention of not giving face to the person behind you. Wang Kuei shook his head and said, however, everything has a first come, first served rule. If you had come a month earlier, even if you had appeared at the same time as young Master Li Feng, the Wang clan would still have prioritized betrothing Wang Luoyu to young Master Meng Yuzhing. However, it's a pity that you've come too late. Furthermore, our Wang clan has already set a date for young Master Li Feng and Wang Luoyu's wedding. The Wang clan will not change this matter, unless, at this point, Wang Kuei paused for a moment before continuing jokingly, unless young Master Li Feng suddenly changes his mind and has no intention of marrying Wang. If that's the case, it's not impossible for young Master Meng Yuzhing to be the one marrying Wang Luoyu in half a month's time. However, I don't think that's possible. As far as I know, young Master Li Feng is very fond of Wang Luoyu. It's impossible for him to abandon her. Wang Kuei's last sentence was a spur-of-the-moment thought up. At the same time, he wanted to push the blame of the Wang clan's rejection of the Meng clan's ultimate powerhouse onto Li Feng. The Wang clan was not afraid of an ultimate powerhouse. However, if they could avoid offending him to death, they would do so. Of course, to put it bluntly, Wang Kuei's actions were already diverting the trouble away. Until now, Wang Kuei still felt that he could not see through Li Feng, a peerless genius from outside the heavenly sand realm who was not even 10,000 years old, but whose strength was close to that of an invincible higher godly master. Even in the outer realm, or even the myriad realms, such an existence was definitely one of the top ones. Now, he was doing this not only to appease the anger of the newly ascended ultimate powerhouse of the Meng clan in Kanglan City, but also to see what kind of choice that person would make in the face of pressure from an ultimate powerhouse. When he said the last sentence, he had already guessed that Meng Yujing would definitely bring people to look for Li Feng. What happened next was just as Wang Kuei had expected. Meng Yujing asked Wang Kuei to bring him to see Duan Lingtian. Naturally, in their eyes, that person was a young man named Li Feng. Young Master Meng Yujing, if you want to see young Master Li Feng, I can pass on your message. However, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to bring you there directly. Wang Kuei did not bring Meng Yujing there directly. After all, he did not want to offend the young man named Li Feng. How about this? I'll go and see young Master Li Feng first, and ask for his opinion. What do you think? Humph! Meng Yujing snorted coldly. You can tell Li Feng directly. If he dares to not meet me, even if he completes the wedding in half a month, he might not be able to live to be with Miss Wang Liu for the rest of his life. Meng Yujing's eyes flickered with a fierce light as he threatened Wang Kuei. When Wang Kuei heard this, he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Meng Yujing. Clan leader Wang, I know your Wang clan has supreme powerhouses. However, I'm afraid those supreme powerhouses might not be willing to make a move for Li Feng, right? In the Wang clan, Wang Lui was only accepted as a direct descendant because her brother, Wang Yiyuan, was outstanding. The bloodline flowing in her body is only the lowly branch bloodline of the Wang clan. Moreover, I'm not targeting her, I'm targeting Li Feng. When he heard Meng Yujing say this, Wang Kuei did not say anything else. He only looked at Meng Yujing deeply. Young Master Meng Yujing, I'll pass on your message to young Master Li Feng. In the next moment, Wang Kuei asked someone to bring Meng Yujing and Meng Yujing away to rest. After he left the guest hall, he went straight to look for Li Feng. Duan Lingtian, who had changed his name to Li Feng, did not reject Wang Kuei when he heard that Wang Kuei had come looking for him. Instead, he asked him to wait for him in the courtyard. When Wang Kuei saw Duan Lingtian, he greeted him warmly before he said with a heavy heart, Young Master Li Feng, have you heard of the Meng clan in Azure Water City? The Meng clan in Azure Water City. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he nodded. It seems like a supreme powerhouse has appeared in the Meng clan in Azure Water City not long ago. This matter has also spread like wildfire in Blue Dawn City. If I hadn't gone out during this period, I might not have heard of the Meng clan in Azure Water City. Now, the Meng clan in Azure Water City has successfully been promoted from a second-rate clan to a first-rate clan because of a supreme powerhouse. They're now one of the 6 tycoons in Azure Water City. This was Duan Lingtian's understanding of the Meng clan in Azure Water City. Chapter 44:27. That's right. Wang Kuei nodded. The current Meng family has been promoted from a second-rate family to a first-rate family in Kanglan City. All this is because their family gave birth to an ultimate powerhouse. The Meng family's grand elder, Meng Tianfeng. The Meng family's grand elder, Meng Tianfeng. Duan Lingtian had heard this name from many people in Blue Dawn City. He knew that the Meng family's ultimate powerhouse was Meng Tianfeng, so he did not feel anything when Wang Kuei mentioned his name. Wang Kuei seemed to have something to say, but hesitated after he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch Wang, I'm sure you won't mention the Meng family of Kanglin City for no reason. If Patriarch Wang has something to say, please speak frankly." At this moment, Duan Lingtian only thought that the news of his strength at such a young age had spread to the Meng family of Kanglin City. The Meng family of Kanglin City might be extending an olive branch to him. Apart from that, he could not figure out why Patriarch Wang Kuei of the Wang family had such a troubled expression. He was most likely worried that he would be poached by the Meng family of Kanglin City. However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was even more certain that the Meng family of Kanglin City wanted to rope him in. The direct descendant of the Meng family's ultimate powerhouse, Meng Tianfeng, wants to see me. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. "Patriarch Wang, do you know why he wants to see me?" Although he had guessed it, he did not point it out and asked the obvious. However, when Wang Kuei spoke again, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He realized that he had misunderstood. The descendant of the ultimate powerhouse of the Meng family of Kanglin City was not here to rope him in, but to compete with him for Wang Luoyu. "Patriarch Wang, do you mean? In the past, he came to propose marriage, but was rejected by the Wang family? Now that an ultimate powerhouse has appeared in the Meng family, and he has the backing of an ultimate powerhouse, he wants to make a comeback and ruin the marriage between Wang Luoyu and me?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow, and his gaze instantly became sharp. That's what he meant. At the same time, Wang Kuei nodded and said righteously, "However, young Master Li Feng, don't worry. Our Wang family will definitely stand on your side. I've also bluntly rejected Meng Yujing. However, he still insists on meeting you, young Master Li Feng. Most likely he is still unconvinced and wants to see what kind of person our Wang family betrothed Liu to, and what kind of background he has." Not interested. Hearing Wang Kuei's words, Duan Lingtian immediately responded in an indifferent tone, "If I were to meet any Tom, Dick, or Harry who comes looking for me, I, Li Feng, would be lowering my status. A descendant of a newly ascended powerhouse dares to ruin my wedding? How laughable! Patriarch Wang, since you said that the Wang clan's attitude is clear, then there's no need to bother with him anymore. I'm not interested in seeing him anyway." Duan Lingtian made his stance clear in a domineering manner. In the face of Duan Lingtian's strength, Wang Kuei's heart trembled. When the young man in front of him mentioned the words newly ascended powerhouse, his tone was obviously contemptuous. It was obvious that he did not think highly of the newly ascended powerhouse. A person with such confidence was either deliberately mystifying or had an even more powerful person behind him. With his achievements at such a young age, it's basically impossible for him to be deliberately mystifying. There should be an extremely powerful supreme powerhouse behind him. Moreover, it should be a supreme powerhouse outside of Tiansha. When he thought of this, Wang Kuei's heart trembled. At the same time, he was somewhat relieved that he had rejected Meng Yujing. Otherwise, he would have offended this person in front of him. The person behind Meng Yujing was only a newly ascended supreme powerhouse. Even if the few supreme powerhouses who had connections with the Wang clan were only mediocre among the supreme powerhouses, it was enough to deter the newly ascended supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan. However, the supreme powerhouse behind this young man, named Li Feng, could be a powerful existence among the supreme powerhouses. Even if the Wang clan had connections with a few supreme powerhouses, they would not dare to provoke such a supreme powerhouse. This was because it was very likely that the other party could rely on his own strength to deal with those supreme powerhouses. As expected, these heaven-defying geniuses rarely have any roots. Every one of them is someone with a powerful background. At this moment, Wang Kuei's back was drenched in cold sweat. "Young Master Li Feng, don't worry. I'll pass on the message immediately," Wang Kuei quickly replied. Compared to before, his tone was more respectful. Previously, he was only impressed by the young man's heaven-defying talent and strength. Now he was completely intimidated by the supreme powerhouse behind the other party. Although the other party's talent and comprehension were high and his strength was strong, if he wanted to deal with the Wang clan now, it would be like striking a rock with an egg. However, if the supreme powerhouse behind the other party made a move, the Wang clan could be destroyed. As the current head of the Wang clan, he naturally did not want the Wang clan to be destroyed by his own hands. If that happened, how could he face his ancestors? After Wang Kuei left, Duan Lingtian's side regained its peace. However, while Duan Lingtian's side was calm, Meng Yujing of the Meng clan of Kanglin City flew into a rage when he found out that Duan Lingtian had no intention of meeting him. Head of the Wang clan, if he doesn't want to meet me, then I'll meet him. I'd like to see what kind of thing he is. How dare he ignore me, a member of the Meng clan who received orders from a supreme powerhouse to marry Wang Luoyu. At this moment, Meng Yujing was like an enraged beast. However, in the face of his rage, Wang Kuei snorted coldly. Young Master Meng Yujing, this is the Wang clan, not your Meng clan. Young Master Li Feng will become the son-in-law of the Wang clan in half a month's time. Now he can be considered half a member of the Wang clan. If you want to meet him, you'd better wait until the wedding date in half a month's time. At this moment, Wang Kuei was furious. It was because of this fellow that he had almost offended young Master Li Feng and might have destroyed the Wang clan. Meng Yujing naturally ignored Wang Kuei and clamored to meet the two grand elders of the Wang clan. In his opinion, the head of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei, was not strong enough to go against the wishes of his great-grandfather, the supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan, Meng Tianfeng. Head of the Wang clan, let the two grand elders come out for a meeting. I'm afraid you alone can't represent the entire Wang clan. The Azure Flame Saber King, Tan Xiuting, stared at Wang Kuei with an unfriendly gaze and said in a low voice, Young Master Meng Yujing just wants to meet the young man chosen by the Meng clan. Is this request very high? The Meng clan is unwilling to even agree to such a small request from young Master Meng Yujing, who has been instructed by the Supreme Lord. Tan Xiuting's tone became increasingly unfriendly as he spoke. Since the two of you want to meet the grand elders, there's naturally no problem. Please follow me to the guest hall. Wang Kuei was also somewhat irritated by the two of them being so difficult to deal with. He kept bringing up the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan, Meng Tianfeng, and even said that he alone could not represent the Wang clan. Could it be that these two fellows thought that the two grand elders of the Wang clan were senile and did not know who was more important? Meng Yujing was making a fuss. It was not a big fuss, but it was not a small one either. After all, the person he was making a fuss about was the current head of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei. Almost everyone in the Wang clan knew Wang Kuei. Therefore, when Meng Yujing and Tan Xiuting were brought to the guest hall by Wang Kuei again, the news of Meng Yujing's unfriendly visit began to spread in the Wang clan. That Meng clan of Kanglin City really thinks that they are invincible just because they produced a supreme powerhouse? They want Meng Yujing to come over and forcefully marry Wang Luoyu? Humph. The Meng clan is only a newly promoted first-class clan. In the history of the Meng clan, this is the first supreme powerhouse of their clan. On the other hand, our Wang clan has produced supreme powerhouses in the past, and they have been reigning supreme for many years. Even today, they still have the power to protect us. Compared to our ancestors of the Wang clan, that Meng Tianfeng of the Meng clan is nothing. Shu, lower your voice. After all, he is a supreme powerhouse. If he takes issue with you for being disrespectful to him, even the clan won't be able to protect you. The news spread in the Wang clan, and naturally it spread to the person involved, Wang Luoyu. When Wang Luoyu heard about this matter, she could not help but frown. She knew that the wedding in half a month was only a part of her elder brother Duan's plan. After the wedding, Elder brother Duan would bring her away from the Wang clan and Kanglin City. She had even been waiting for that day to come step by step. She did not expect such an unforeseen event to suddenly occur. Will elder brother Duan be able to withstand the pressure from the Meng clan? When she thought of this, Wang Luoyu could not help but feel slightly worried. However, when she understood the ins and outs of the matter, she heaved a sigh of relief. Based on the current news, the clan seems to be on elder brother Duan's side. Just as Wang Luoyu heaved a sigh of relief, Yi Changwei brought the old woman, who followed her like a shadow, to the courtyard and greeted Wang Luoyu. "Sister Luoyu, are you in?" "Sister Changwei." Wang Luoyu stood up and left the courtyard. She welcomed Yi Changwei and Yi Changwei in and greeted the old woman beside Yi Changwei at the same time. "Sister Luoyu, I heard that someone from the Meng clan of Kanglin City came and requested to change your wedding partner in half a month to Meng Yujing of the Meng clan." Yi Changwei went straight to the point as soon as she entered the courtyard. Her willowy eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Moreover, Meng Yujing even brought an envoy under the command of the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan. He said that this is the will of the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan. When Yi Changwei mentioned the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan, there was a hint of fear in her tone. The Meng clan of the past was nothing. However, due to the birth of a new supreme powerhouse, the Meng clan of today was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. They could no longer be underestimated. "That's what I heard." Wang Luoyu nodded. However, the clan has already expressed that the clan supports big brother Li Feng and will not listen to the Meng clan's unreasonable request. As she finished speaking, the corners of Wang Luoyu's mouth curled up into a smile as if she was relieved of a heavy burden. "I heard that too." Yi Changwei nodded. "I came to look for you because of this. Sister Luoyu, what kind of person is that big brother Li Feng of yours? He can actually make the Wang clan be willing to offend the Meng clan of Kanglin City, who now has a supreme powerhouse for him." Chapter 44:28. Big brother Li Feng, faced with Yi Changwei's question, Wang Lu was first stunned before she smiled shyly. "Sister Changwei, actually, I'm not too sure about big brother Li Feng's background." "You're not sure about his background?" Yi Changwei's eyes widened in disbelief. "You mean you don't even know his background and you intend to marry him?" At this moment, Yi Changwei was slightly stunned. For the first time, she felt she didn't know her best friend before her. In her impression, her best friend, called Wang Luoyu, was absolutely not such a rash person. "I only know that he's from outside the Heavenly Sand region." Wang Luoyu smiled lightly. "As for the rest, I haven't asked yet. At the same time, I feel there's no need. After all, I like him as a person and not his background." The current Wang Luoyu was smiling like a little girl who'd lost her rationality because of love. The more she was like this, the more curious Yi Changwei was about the big brother Li Feng that Wang Luoyu mentioned. Although this Li Feng was praised by Sister Luoyu to be unparalleled in the world, if he's really compared to that young man called Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid he's still lacking by quite a bit, right? After seeing Wang Luoyu's infatuation with that Li Feng, a violet figure couldn't help but appear in Yi Changwei's mind. She felt that Li Feng was definitely inferior to Duan Lingtian. "I'll be able to see that Li Feng in half a month's time. At that time, I want to see exactly what kind of person can actually make Sister Luoyu so infatuated with him." In Yi Changwei's heart, she became more and more curious about Li Feng. After Yi Changwei left, Wang Lu hurriedly left her residence and went to look for Duan Lingtian. "Elder brother Duan, that Meng Yujing of the Azure Water City's Meng clan won't cause trouble, right? After all, he has a new supreme expert behind him." When Wang Luoyu saw Duan Lingtian, she voiced her concern. "If that ultimate powerhouse were to take action for him, elder brother Duan, I'm afraid you would be in great danger. How about we change our plan?" Although Wang Liu also wanted to escape the cage that was the Wang family, she did not wish for anything to happen to the kind-hearted youth in front of her. In her opinion, it was already very difficult for the other party to fulfill his promise to her brother. She didn't want to see the other party throwing himself into danger. No need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Let's proceed according to the original plan. Not to mention the fact that the ultimate master might not personally make a move for him. Even if he did, the Wang family is not to be trifled with. Duan Lingtian was very clear in his heart. Originally, half a month later, even if the Wang clan invited those supreme experts who were familiar with the ancestors of the Wang clan, they might not necessarily show up, but now, for the sake of safety, the Wang clan would definitely invite at least one supreme expert to hold the fort. After all, the peerless genius named Li Feng was far more valuable in the eyes of the Wang clan than the mere threat from the Azure Water City's Meng clan. Duan Lingtian explained the pros and cons to Wang Luoyu. Only then did Wang Luoyu relax. At the same time, she felt that this person whom her brother Wang Yuan had entrusted before his death was far more reliable than she had imagined. On the other side, Meng Yujing had never imagined that even if the Wang clan's grand elder came personally, he would act like the Wang clan leader Wang Kuei. Not only did he not support him in marrying Wang Liu, but he also did not allow him to forcibly meet the youth named Li Feng. Although only the Wang clan's grand elder came, the other party's meaning was very clear. He alone was enough to represent the two Wang clan's grand elders. That old fellow, named Wang Jingrao. I didn't expect him to act like Wang Kuei and not show any respect to me and the ancestor. Currently, Meng Yujing was personally sent out of the Wang clan by Wang Kuei. Although Wang Kuei had invited him to attend the wedding of Wang Luoyu and another man in half a month's time, it was no different from humiliation. Therefore, after Meng Yujing left the Wang clan and found an inn in Blue Sky City to stay, he was extremely embarrassed and furious. This won't do. I can't let this matter rest. I can't take this lying down. The more Meng Yujing thought about it, the angrier he became. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man beside him. Uncle Tan, can you contact the ancestor and ask him to personally come to the Wang clan in half a month's time to pressure the Wang clan? The middle-aged man was none other than the Azure Flame's Saber King, Tan Xiuting. He had come with Meng Yujing. When Meng Yujing was sent out of the Wang clan, he was sent out as well. When Tan Xiuting heard Meng Yujing's words, he raised his eyebrows slightly. I have already reported this matter to the Honorable Lord. The Honorable Lord is very angry that the Wang clan did not show him any respect. As for whether the Honorable Lord will personally come in half a month's time, that will depend on the Honorable Lord himself. Tan Xiuting paused for a moment before he continued. Moreover, the Honorable Lord also said, the Wang clan would definitely not support a foreign boy for no reason. That kid most likely has an extraordinary background, or something special. Moreover, although the Wang clan no longer has any supreme powerhouses, if anything happens to the Wang clan, the few supreme powerhouses that the ancestor of the Wang clan is on good terms with who are still alive might not just stand by and do nothing. Tan Xiuting's words made Meng Yujing feel even more aggrieved. He suddenly felt that having a supreme powerhouse as his backing was not as good as before. Humph! Meng Yujing's eyes flashed as he thought of the blow he had suffered from the Wang clan today. The ancestor is afraid of the Wang clan, but I am not afraid of that guy called Li Feng. This is the Sky Sand territory. He is someone from outside the Sky Sand territory. Even if he is a dragon crossing the river in front of our Tsanglan City's Ming clan, he still has to be obedient. In half a month's time, I'd like to see what kind of person he is. I'd like to see if he can withstand the anger and threat of our Tsanglan City's Meng clan. He is the husband of a lowly female descendant of the Wang clan. If something really happens to him, will the Wang clan really fall out with me and even our Tsanglan City's Meng clan? When a person dies, a lot of value will no longer exist. As Meng Yujing muttered to himself, His expression became more and more ferocious. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as if he was about to devour someone. "Uncle Tan!" Meng Yujing looked at Tan Xiuting and pleaded with a sincere expression. "In half a month's time I will send a message to that guy to force him to take the initiative to break off the engagement. It's fine if he knows what's good for him. If he doesn't, I'd like to ask Uncle Tan to make a move and kill him." At this moment, Meng Yujing was jealous of the young man named Li Feng whom he had never met before. At the same time, he also had the intention to kill him. However, Tan Xiuting frowned when he heard this. That person is able to make the Wang clan willingly bear the pressure of their pride to marry Wang Leyu to him. I'm afraid he's not an ordinary person. Before we find out his background, I don't recommend making a move on him. After all, Tan Xiuting had lived for a long time, so he had a clearer view of many things. When Meng Yujing heard this, his brows furrowed slightly before they relaxed. He grinned. "As far as I know, you're quite well versed in the Tao of assassination. I'm sure you'll be able to kill him under the circumstances where others can't find any clues, right?" When Tan Xiuting heard this, his brows raised. "Even so, it's still slightly risky. If the other party's background is not ordinary and is even stronger than the Meng clan, it will bring disaster to the Meng clan. A true powerhouse wants to avenge his descendant. As long as there's suspicion, there's no need for evidence." Tan Xiuting voiced his concerns. "Uncle Tan, if you're willing to make a move, I have a treasure here that you'll definitely be interested in. I can give it to you." Meng Yujing raised his hand, and an item flashed in his hand. As soon as it appeared, it was put away into the self-destructed spatial ring. He was not afraid of Tan Xiuting forcefully snatching it away. This is Tan Xiuting's pupils contracted rapidly at this moment. Even his breathing became extremely hurried. His chest rose and fell continuously like a bellows. Where did you get this thing from?" At this moment, Tan Xiuting's eyes were slightly red. Chapter 44:29. Tan Xiuting had never imagined that Meng Yujing would be able to take out something like this. This was the godhead of a supreme master. Moreover, it was a fire-type ultimate divinity. He was originally skilled in fire-type laws of nature, and now his attainments in fire-type laws were extremely deep, having reached the minor perfection stage. Moreover, because his fire-type laws of nature had mutated even more, it gave him a greater chance of reaching the great perfection stage. To him, the fire-type ultimate divinity was absolutely a treasure that surpassed everything else. At least, to him now, it surpassed everything else. This was because once he had the fire-type ultimate divinity, his chances of reaching the great perfection stage in fire-type laws of nature would increase infinitely. He would have more than a 70% chance of reaching the great perfection stage. Huff, huff, huff. Therefore, at this moment, Tan Xiuting's breathing was very rapid, and he could not calm down for a long time. Of course, after a while, Tan Xiuting's emotions gradually calmed down. At the same time, he looked at Meng Yujing and said in a low voice, "Just now, I didn't see clearly what that was. Can you let me see again?" Although he said that, there was a hidden greed in the depths of Tan Xiuting's eyes. For the fire-type ultimate divinity, even if he had to kill the person in front of him, offend the Meng family of Kanglan City, leave the Sky Sand Realm, and become a fugitive, it would be worth it, as long as he comprehended the great perfection fire-type laws of nature. He would become an invincible high-level supreme god. At that time, he could totally find an even more powerful ultimate god as his backer. Even if Meng Tianfeng of the Meng family of Kanglan City saw him again, he would not dare to attack him. Invincible high-level supreme gods were much fewer in number than ultimate gods in the Outer Realm and the 10,000 realms. Uncle Tan, Meng Yujing was no fool. He smiled faintly and said, "You're skilled in fire-type laws of nature, so I'm sure you're more sensitive to it than anyone else. If you're not sure, Then I'll tell you personally. That's an ultimate divinity, and it's a fire-type ultimate divinity. As for the origin of this ultimate divinity, I'm sure you can guess without me telling you. My ancestor gave it to me. The reason the old ancestor was able to become a paramount powerhouse is largely due to the fire-type paramount powerhouse divinity he obtained 10,000 years ago. However, after he became a paramount powerhouse, the fire-type paramount powerhouse divinity was no longer of much use to him, so he gave it to me. Meng Tianfeng, the newly ascended omnipotent of the Meng family in Azure Water City, was also proficient in the laws of fire, because I'm the most outstanding amongst his direct descendants, and I'm skilled in the laws of fire. Hearing Meng Yujing's words, Tan Xiuting raised an eyebrow. The Supreme Powerhouse's divinity that the Supreme Powerhouse gave you is not for you to casually give away. In the future, don't joke about this kind of thing anymore. If His Honor were to find out that you want to give that thing to someone else, I'm afraid that he would not be happy. Tan Xiuting suddenly calmed down, since it was given to him by that supreme expert. How could this Meng Yujing give it to him so easily? Most of what he said just now was just a joke. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong believed that the other party was also aware of the value of a supreme expert's godhead. Uncle Tan, Meng Yujing smiled. Perhaps I misspoke when I said that I would give you the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity. What I'm thinking is that if you can help me get rid of that brat who's going to marry Wang Luoyu in half a month, I'll lend you the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity so that you can use it to comprehend and become a Supreme Powerhouse or an invincible higher Supreme God. At that time, you can return it to me. Meng Yujing's expression turned serious as he said this. Of course, if you agree, Uncle Tan, you'll have to make a heavenly blood oath and promise that you'll return the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity to me after you become a Supreme Powerhouse or an invincible higher Supreme God. Otherwise, even if you kill that Li Feng, I won't lend you the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity. The heavenly blood oath was a kind of oath in the outer realm. Once it was fulfilled, one would be restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. Once the oath was broken, even if one fled the outer realm and hid in the land of the infinite worlds, it would be difficult to escape death. In the land of the infinite worlds, unless one was a supreme powerhouse, it was difficult to make a heavenly blood oath with blood. Therefore, the heavenly blood oath was rarely mentioned in the land of the infinite worlds. Moreover, in the land of the infinite worlds, it was usually the supreme powerhouses who maintained the order. For example, in the God-reversing realm, there were supreme powerhouses who maintained the oath. At the same time, Tan Xiuting, who heard Meng Yujing's words, frowned slightly at first, but after a while he relaxed. I can promise you this. As for whether Meng Yujing would go back on his word after the matter was done, he was not worried because even if Meng Yujing was protected by a supreme powerhouse, he would not dare to say that he would be followed and protected everywhere. There was no benefit in offending Tan Xiuting. Moreover, now that Tan Xiuting was under the command of the supreme powerhouse, Meng Tianfeng, he could be considered half a member of the Meng family. Meng Yujing would not tease him about this matter. Thank you, Uncle Tan. Meng Yujing smiled brightly. He did not expect Tan Xiuting to reject him because he knew how tempting the supreme powerhouse's divinity was to him. Tan Xiuting was also a well-known figure in the Sky Sand realm. People called him the Azure Flame Saber Monarch, and he was famous for being arrogant and unruly. If not for the fact that the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Meng family was also proficient in the law of fire, someone as arrogant and unruly as him might not have been willing to become a subordinate. In the past, there had been supreme powerhouses born in the Sky Sand realm, but no one had heard of him doing anything. Obviously, he was not very willing to become a subordinate of a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he had heard from the Meng family's ancestor that Tan Xiuting had become his subordinate because he wanted to consult him about the law of fire. At this moment, Duan Lingtian still did not know that he had been targeted by Meng Yujing of the Meng family of Kanglin City, whom he had refused to meet. Furthermore, he was going to hire someone to kill him. Of course, even if he knew he would not care. It would be good enough if someone who was not even as strong as the two supreme elders of the Wang family could escape from him. Duan Ling Tian silently waited for the arrival of the wedding day that would be half a month later. At that time, he would be able to leave with Wang Luoyu. As long as he settled Wang Luoyu down, he would be able to get back on track and continue on his own path. After that, the favor of the deceased Wang Yuan giving him the treasure would be written off. They would not owe each other anything. Half a month's time passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the Wang family's daughter's wedding came soon after. In fact, a few days before this, Lan Xiaocheng was already bustling with activity. The guests that the Wang family had invited from various places came to Lan Xiaocheng in an endless stream and stayed in the inn that the Wang family had arranged for them. The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, respectfully brought a sage-like old man back to the Wang family on the day before the wedding of Duan Lingtian's alias Li Feng and Wang Luoyu. Moreover, the supreme elder of the Wang family, Wang Jingrao, whom Duan Lingtian had fought before, immediately came to the door and respectfully kowtowed to the old man. End of chapter. Chapter 44:30. Your little Jingjing? The old man, with the air of a transcendent, being asked in surprise as he looked at the old man who was also over 60 years old, kneeling on the ground. It's me, Senior Situ. Wang Jingrao replied respectfully as he knelt on the ground. I didn't expect you to remember me, Senior Situ. Back then, when he was young, he was fortunate enough to meet this person in front of him. At that time, this person was not an ultimate powerhouse yet. He was a powerhouse who had joined the Wang clan's ultimate powerhouse patriarch and was also one of the external consecrators of the Wang clan. At that time, due to his outstanding talent, the Wang clan's ultimate powerhouse did not treat him as a servant. Instead, he treated him as a disciple and gave him pointers with great care. Because of this person had always been grateful to the Wang clan's ultimate powerhouse patriarch. Later on, this person successfully became an omnipotent expert and left the Wang clan. However, from then on, he became good friends with the Wang clan's omnipotent expert ancestor. Both in public and in private, he would respectfully address the Wang clan's omnipotent expert ancestor as teacher. Now, the reason the Wang clan lost their ultimate powerhouse and their former status was mainly due to this person in front of him. Of course, I remember. The old man smiled slightly. I still remember the first time I met you. You were being bullied by a Wang clan disciple who was a few years older than you. At that time, you were crying and yelling that you, little Jingjing, would get back at him within 3 years. That was the first time I came to the Wang clan. At that time, when I heard what you said, I had an impression of you. A few years later, I even specially asked the Wang clan's elder who received me. I didn't expect you to surpass that Wang clan disciple in just 2 years. The old man spoke casually, but Wang Jingrao, who was kneeling on the ground, was excited when he heard this. He did not expect the old man to still remember him. After all, this was his first time meeting the old man after so many years. In the past, although he knew of the old man's existence, he always happened to have something to do or was in closed-door cultivation. Therefore, the person who took the initiative to meet the old man was his elder brother, the other Wang clan's grand elder. Good luck! The old man still had a smile on his face. Now that you've come this far, it won't be difficult for you to advance further. I'll be in the Wang clan for the next few days. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can look for me anytime. Thank you, Senior Situ. Hearing this, Wang Jingrao immediately became excited. The person in front of him had stepped into the omnipotent realm many years ago. Although he was not far from the omnipotent realm, there was still a large gap between them. If you can become a supreme expert, even if Teacher's spirit in heaven knows that the Wang clan has produced a second supreme expert, he will be gratified, the old man said with a smile. At the same time, There was a hint of sadness in the depths of his eyes. However, neither Wang Jingrao nor the head of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, noticed it. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to protect the Wang clan for much longer. Once he died, the Wang family's status in the Blue Dawn City and even the Heavenly Sand territory would plummet. Although there were still a few other supreme experts in the Wang family who were in contact with him, he knew very well that without his supervision, the other supreme experts would no longer care about the Wang family. They would no longer leave behind the last piece of cloth to cover their shame. After all, the one who had helped those people in the past was only the ancestor of the Wang family who was an ultimate expert, and not anyone in the current generation of the Wang family. His existence, more or less, caused those people to have some scruples about their own reputation. They were afraid that if they ignored the Wang family, he would tell others about how ungrateful those people were. Once he died, those people would no longer have any scruples. Therefore, he hoped from the bottom of his heart that the Wang family could produce a second supreme expert, and Wang Jingrao was also one of the two most promising people in the current generation of the Wang family. While Wang Jingrao and the old man were conversing, the head of the Wang family felt a little guilty. Little Jingjing. This was the first time he had heard the pet name of his Grand Supreme Elder. He thought to himself, I didn't expect this ancestor to have such a cute and feminine pet name in the past. If the descendants of the Wang family who worshipped this ancestor of the Wang family found out, their worldview would probably be completely destroyed. While Wang Kuei was still letting his imagination run wild, Wang Jingrao and the old man had finished catching up. At the same time, she woke Wang Kuei up. Family head, Senior Situ has come from afar. Let's send him to my place to rest. Originally, the Wang clan had a guest courtyard that was used to entertain supreme powerhouses. However, since it had been given to Duan Ling Tian, who had changed his name to Li Feng, Wang Jingrao immediately arranged for a distinguished supreme powerhouse guest to stay in his courtyard. Moreover, this way it would be much more convenient for him to seek guidance from the other party regarding cultivation. Wang Kuei came back to his senses and led the way for the old man with Wang Jingrao. On the way, Wang Jingrao's voice transmission sounded in Wang Kuei's ears. Wang Kuei, just now, did you hear what Senior Situ called me? Hearing this, Wang Kuei was startled at first. Then, as if he had just woken up from a dream, this was a warning to him. Ah. As the family head, Wang Kuei naturally had a high EQ. After being stunned for a moment, he came back to his senses and hurriedly replied through voice transmission, Grand Elder, I was just thinking about the wedding between Wang Leiyu and brother Li Feng tomorrow. I was wondering if there were some things that could be arranged more appropriately. Did Senior Situ call you anything just now? Wang Kuei had a blank expression on his face, as though he really did not know anything. Nothing. Wang Jingrao nodded his head in satisfaction. However, his gaze was still filled with deep meaning. This time, it's been hard on you to personally bring Senior Situ over. Later on, after you send Senior Situ to my place, you can rest for a while and wait for the arrival of brother Li Feng and Luo Yu's wedding day tomorrow. Yes, Grand Elder. Wang Kuei hurriedly replied again, but his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He wondered if this Grand Elder would kill him to silence him if he did not know what was good for him. That should not be the case. However, it would not be so easy for him to get away with it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that because Meng Yujing from the Meng clan of Canglan City had come to the Wang clan to cause a ruckus and said that the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan would back him up, the Wang clan had specially invited a supreme powerhouse to oversee the wedding of Li Feng and Wang Leiyu. In fact, he did not take Meng Yujing seriously at all. As for the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan of Canglan City, he also felt that there was a high probability that he would not appear at the wedding tomorrow. Even if he did appear, he was certain that the other party would not dare to make a move on him. After all, he had a mysterious origin and was not even 10,000 years old. But he already possessed such shocking strength. If it was any ordinary person, They would not think that he did not have any background. What a joke! How could someone who did not have any background or resources have such achievements at such a young age? Once the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan had any doubts or fears, as long as he was given time, he would have already fled with Wang Leyu at that time. Even if the other party reacted, it would be too late. After tomorrow, the plan this time is more or less complete. After settling Wang Leyu down, I'll have fulfilled my promise to Wang Yun. After that, I can continue on my own path. I only hope that Meng Yujing from the Meng clan knows what's good for him. If he continues to pester me for no reason and goes too far, I don't mind consigning him to eternal damnation before I leave. Although he had never met Meng Yujing, the Meng clan's disciple who had come with ill intentions, he could tell that Meng Yujing was difficult to deal with from the words of Wang Kuei, the Wang clan leader. Tomorrow was the day of the wedding. It would be fine if Meng Yujing behaved himself, but if he did not, he would not mind teaching him a lesson. An invincible high-level supreme god. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian collected his thoughts and thought about his next goal. The current me is still some distance away from being an invincible high-level supreme god. Although the temporal and spatial laws are close to the perfection realm, I have not officially stepped into that realm. If both of them step into the perfection realm, my true combat strength should be comparable to some of the invincible high-level supreme gods who did not rely on the perfection realm's nomological profundity. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Not all invincible higher-level supreme gods had mastered a single law to the perfection realm. Among the invincible high-level supreme gods, the most powerful ones were those who had mastered a particular law to the perfection realm. Even if they did not rely on the four Tao of heaven and earth, their strength was still extremely shocking. Even those who had mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth, such as the sword principle that he had mastered, were far from being a match for them with the perfection realm's nomological profundity. Even he felt that even if he had comprehended the temporal and spatial laws to the perfection realm, he would not be a match for those invincible high-level supreme gods with the sword principle that he had mastered. Those invincible high-level supreme gods were the top existences among the invincible high-level supreme gods. When they mastered the laws to the extreme, quantitative changes would lead to qualitative changes. Their strength was extremely terrifying. It said that the four Tao of heaven and earth can also be perfected. However, there has never been anyone who has mastered any of the four Tao of heaven and earth to the perfection realm in the outer realm, or even in the history of the 10,000 worlds. Some people say that if someone has mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth to the extreme, even if their nomological profundity has only reached the perfection realm, their strength may not be inferior to those who have mastered the laws to the perfection realm. If one has mastered the laws to the perfection realm and mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth to the perfection realm, one's strength may reach the level of invincibility below the ultimate experts. One may even be able to fight against an ordinary ultimate expert. Of course, what Duan Lingtian said to himself at the end was just speculation that he had read in some ancient books. The real situation was not necessarily so. Moreover, an ordinary person can become an ultimate expert without mastering the four Tao of heaven and earth to the perfection realm. How many people can give up the opportunity to become an ultimate expert and continue to study the four Tao of heaven and earth to the perfection realm with the cultivation of a high-level supreme god? Even if everyone knows that studying the four Tao of heaven and earth will become more difficult after becoming an ultimate expert. Chapter 44:31. Duan Lingtian still had a long way to go before he could become an ultimate expert. However, from another point of view, it was almost inevitable that he would become an ultimate expert. Putting aside the fact that he had mastered an extraordinary sword Tao, which was enough for him to become an omnipotent expert, even the 5 divine elements in his body would be able to push him forward and become an omnipotent expert as long as he could improve further. Many higher ultimate gods sought the opportunity to become an ultimate expert, but it seemed to be worthless to Duan Lingtian. However, the current Duan Lingtian did not have much desire to become an ultimate expert. What he desired most now was to become an invincible higher godly venerable. The number of invincible higher ultimate gods in the outer realm and even the land of the 10,000 realms was far less than an ultimate expert. It was even said that the number of invincible higher ultimate gods was less than 1/10 of the number of ultimate experts. What did this mean? Under such a concept, one could see how precious invincible higher ultimate gods were. In the outer realm and even the land of the 10,000 realms, there's a saying, if you're confident of becoming an invincible higher ultimate god, it's best not to rush to become an ultimate expert. This is because once you become an ultimate expert, whether it's the 4 Tao of heaven and earth or the law of profundity, it'll be a world of difference compared to before you break through. The ideal situation is to reach the perfection stage in the law of profundity and the 4 Tao of heaven and earth before seeking a breakthrough. However, in the history of the outer realm and even the land of the 10,000 realms, such an existence has never appeared. There's a legend that if such an existence appears in the land of the 10,000 realms, he'll have the strength of a universe master as soon as he breaks through to the ultimate expert realm. The universe master realm is the name of the ultimate expert realm. In the land of the 10,000 realms, there are only a few dozen people who can reach this level. If a person has the strength of a universe master as soon as he breaks through to become an ultimate expert, what does that mean? Just thinking about it made Duan Lingtian's scalp tingle. After coming to the outer realm, as he gained a deeper understanding of the outer realm, he also gained a deeper understanding of the outer realm. He learned a lot of things about the outer realm. This included the fact that once one became an ultimate expert, it was extremely difficult to increase one's strength. Among the ultimate experts, there were different levels. The ultimate experts of the universe master realm were the top existences among the ultimate experts. It is said that in the vast myriad worlds, only the 3 most powerful realms and the 18 realms below them have such existences. It is because of this that the 21 realms are able to dominate the myriad worlds and even make the other realms willingly submit to them and even offer up the realm power of their realms. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought of something else. Universe masters are so powerful. If they are willing to help, they should be able to forcibly remove the soul imprisonment in Ker's body, right? If they can, when I become an invincible higher ultimate god, I just have to choose to work under Universe Master and let that expert help me. Ker will be able to successfully free herself from the soul imprisonment. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. At the same time, his desire to become an invincible higher ultimate god became even more resolute. He could not wait to cultivate and comprehend the precepts. Of course, after a moment of restlessness, he quickly calmed down. Now, I should first deal with the matter that Wang Yuan asked me to do. After settling Wang Luoyu down, I will continue to wander in the outer realm and continue on my path of becoming stronger. After calming down, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the next day to come. Currently, there were still scattered sounds outside the room and in the courtyard. Those were the people that the Wang family had arranged for to decorate his new room. As for the inside of the room, when the wedding ceremony began the next day, there would naturally be people who would decorate it. Now, no one would disturb Duan Lingtian's peace and quiet. This was also specially instructed by Wang Kuei, the Wang family head. The night passed in the blink of an eye amidst many people's anticipation. Duan Lingtian also walked out of his room early in the morning. Under the Wang family's arrangements, he successfully changed into a festive red ceremonial robe. His long hair was also tidied up, making his already extraordinarily handsome face appear even more heroic and awe-inspiring. Young Master Li Feng, I will now bring you through the process of the Wang family's wedding ceremony. If there's anything you don't understand, you can tell me. A middle-aged woman walked beside Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Actually, the wedding ceremony may seem complicated, but you just need to go through the motions. Of course, there are still some distinguished guests that we would like to invite you and Miss Wayu to greet and entertain." The middle-aged woman's words allowed Duan Lingtian to see the importance that the Wang family placed on this wedding. Of course, he did not object to this. To him, all of this was just a formality. Perhaps after today, he would have to leave the Wang family, and Wang Luoyu would disappear forever before the Wang family's eyes. In the future, he might still have some interactions with the Wang family, but that would be because he was indebted to the Wang family's grand elder, Wang Jingrao, and had to repay the Wang family to the best of his ability. Chapter 4432. To the people of the Wang family, that son-in-law by the name of Li Feng was very mysterious. It was said that he had taken the initiative to approach them. Some people even said that despite his young age, he was already as powerful as the Wang family's grand elder. When he first arrived at the Wang family's grand elder was already at a disadvantage. It was said that one of the patrolling disciples who had been present at the time spread the news. However, when someone asked the patrolling disciples who had been present that day to confirm it, none of them confirmed it. It was as if they had been given a gag order. This made most of the members of the Wang family even more curious about the identity of this son-in-law. If the rumors were true, then this son-in-law was not even 10,000 years old, but he was already as powerful as the Wang family's grand elder. Such a person would be a first-rate genius even in the entire Tiansha realm. If he really is such a monstrous person, coupled with his possible background, even if he comes from outside the Tiansha realm, he is indeed worthy of our Wang family's attention. The clan definitely won't act rashly. Between this new son-in-law and the Meng clan of Azure Water City, the clan chose the new son-in-law. This shows that the new son-in-law is far more important than the Meng clan of Azure Water City. There were still many rational people in the Wang family. Through this incident, it was not difficult to guess the importance of this son-in-law in the eyes of the upper echelons of the Wang family. This time, all the reputable forces within the Tiansha realm had received invitations from the Wang family, including a group of powerful forces with supreme powerhouses. Although the Wang family did not have any supreme experts, the forces with supreme experts who had received invitations still sent people over. Even the supreme experts who stood at the top of the pyramid in the Tiansha realm did not fear the Wang family when they had supreme experts. This time they also sent people over. However, the people they sent were not the core members of their respective forces. Even so, they still gave the Wang family enough face. After all, the Wang family did not have any supreme experts now. This time, the Wang family was able to be so busy mainly because of the supreme expert ancestor of the Wang family. The glory he had left behind had allowed the Wang family to flourish until now. Many people felt that if the Wang clan wanted to completely decline, they would have to sever all ties with the supreme experts of the Wang clan. Or, before that happened, the Wang clan had yet to produce a supreme expert. Otherwise, even if the Wang family did not have a supreme expert, there would not be many people or forces within the Tiansha region who would underestimate him. How troublesome! Although the woman in charge of arranging things for him said that everything should be simple, even this simple wedding ceremony still made Duan Lingtian feel that it was cumbersome and troublesome. Fortunately, the Wang clan had sent people to do most of the work, so Duan Lingtian saved a lot of effort. What he wanted to do was to be a vase. He would stand there and follow Wang Kuei, the head of the Wang family, to receive the guests from all the powerful forces in the Sky Sand realm. Wang family head, congratulations! Wang family head, your Wang family's son-in-law this time is clearly not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian didn't know the people who came at the beginning, so he just greeted them with Wang Kuei. However, when a loud voice sounded from behind him, it woke him up from his reverie. Tai Yu from the Qiming Mountain and his descendant, Ta-Meng Sha, congratulate the Wang family on behalf of the Qi-Ming Mountain." A loud voice resonated in the air as a middle-aged, burly man walked in with a young, burly man in tow. When both of them saw Duan Ling Tian, it was obvious that they were momentarily stunned. The young, burly man behind them stared at Duan Ling Tian with wide eyes. Qi-Ming Mountain. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was shocked by the two people in front of him who came from the Qi-Ming Mountain. When he heard the voice mention the name Ta-Meng Sha, he only felt that it sounded familiar. He didn't think much of it. However, when the young burly man stared at him with his sharp eyes and unruly gaze, Duan Ling Tian could not help but recall the scenes that happened in Dancing Sun City. At that time, he had defeated a giant ape, but he did not take its life. That giant ape, it seemed to be called Ta-Meng Sha. It's him. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also confirmed the identity of the middle-aged, burly man in front of Ta-Meng Sha. He was one of the 3 great demons who followed the demon master from Qi-Ming Mountain to flatten Dancing Sun City. Qi-Ming Mountain was one of the demon master's 3 great right-hand men. When he was still in Dancing Sun City, he only knew that Qi-Ming Mountain was very strong, but he didn't know how strong Qi-Ming Mountain was. It was not until later that he found out that any of the 3 great demons under Qi-Ming Mountain's Qi-Ming Demon Venerable had the strength of an invincible high-level ultimate god. "Greetings, Senior Taiyu." Wang Kuei, the Wang clan leader, said respectfully. This confirmed Duan Ling Tian that Taiyu's strength was close to that of an invincible high-level ultimate god. Until now, there were only a few guests who could make Wang Kuei so respectful. This showed how important Taiyu was in Wang Kuei's heart. "Ha! Clan leader Wang, congratulations. Our demon master is busy and can't leave, so he ordered me to participate in this grand wedding of yours. I hope the Wang clan won't take offense." Taiyu laughed. His laughter was as loud as thunder, attracting the attention of many guests who were walking in front of him. However, when these people saw Taiyu's face clearly, fear appeared in their eyes one after another. Qi-Ming Mountain, Taiyu. This was a powerful great demon with a bad temper. Anyone who had provoked him in the past would not have a good ending. "Senior Taiyu, you must be joking. Your presence brings light to the Wang clan's humble dwelling." Wang Kuei grinned warmly and introduced Duan Ling Tian to Taiyu. "Senior Taiyu, this is one of the main characters of our Wang clan today, Li Feng. Brother Li Feng, say hello to Senior Taiyu," Wang Kuei said. At this moment, Taiyu's eyes fell on Duan Ling Tian, giving Duan Ling Tian a slight pressure. However, it was only a slight pressure. Duan Ling Tian looked at Taiyu and smiled. "Li Feng greets, Senior Taiyu. It's been a long time since we last met. Senior Taiyu is still as elegant as ever." Wang Kuei was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Taiyu took a deep look at Duan Ling Tian and said, "During the Battle of Dancing Sun City, I knew that you were not an ordinary person. It's a pity that you left early, so I didn't have time to thank you for sparing Ta-Meng Sha's life." As he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at the young man behind him. "Ta-Meng Sha, why don't you thank Brother Li Feng for sparing your life that day?" Hearing Taiyu's words, everyone was shocked. Wang Kuei's expression changed greatly. Chapter 44-33. Not killing him? Who could not understand the meaning behind this? That was because Li Feng was able to kill Ta-Meng Sha, but he didn't kill him. However, even though it sounded like a huge favor, Wang Kuei's expression changed when he heard this. It was as if he had guessed what was going to happen next. Even those who had come to watch the show were watching the development of the situation with great interest. Taiyu from the Qi-Ming Mountain actually asked his adopted son, Ta-Meng Sha, to thank the son-in-law of the Wang clan for sparing his life. This person almost killed Ta-Meng Sha. He is not even 10,000 years old, and yet he is so powerful. Amazing. I just don't know if Taiyu will stand up for his adopted son. I don't think so. Didn't you hear what Taiyu said? He even thanked the other party for sparing his adopted son's life? Isn't that sarcastic? Although we can't see Taiyu's anger now, who can be sure that this is not the calm before the storm? Other than the Wang clan members who were on high alert, the rest of the people were just watching the show. After all, this had nothing to do with them. It was a matter between the son-in-law of the Wang clan and the Qiming mountain. Li Feng, thank you for sparing my life. Ta Mengsha frowned. In the end, he stepped forward and thanked Duan Lingtian under the gaze of his adopted father. However, his frown did not ease for a long time. One day I will defeat you, Ta Mengsha said proudly. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard that. I look forward to that day. Defeat him? Did Ta Mengsha think that he had used all his strength in the past? Right now, even if Taiyu personally attacked him, he would still be able to escape unscathed, let alone Ta Mengsha. If he was given more time to improve his strength, he would not be afraid of Taiyu. He might even be able to defeat him. Wang clan leader. At this time, Taiyu looked at Wang Kuei again and said with a sigh, I really didn't expect that the son-in-law of the Wang family is this little brother. Let me congratulate the Wang family in advance for having such a powerful son-in-law. The aptitude of a supreme expert. Taiyu's words caused an uproar among the crowd. They didn't expect Taiyu to have such a high opinion of the Wang family's son-in-law. Of course, most people felt that Taiyu was just being polite. Thank you for your praise, Senior Taiyu. Wang Kuei thanked Taiyu on behalf of Duan Lingtian. Taiyu continued, I'm not praising him. This is what the demon Venerable said to us personally. He said that this little brother has the potential to become an omnipotent expert. After Taiyu's explanation, the entire place was in an uproar. No one had expected that the Qiming monster venerable of the Qiming mountain, a powerful omnipotent expert, would praise a young man who was not even 10,000 years old. For a moment, everyone looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. After all, this was someone who was acknowledged by even the most powerful beings. Perhaps in the future, the second most powerful person in the Wang clan would be him. At this time, Duan Lingtian just smiled faintly and looked at Taiyu, saying, Senior Taiyu, please send my regards to Lord Demon Venerable. In the past, I left in a hurry because I had something urgent to attend to, so I didn't pay my respects to Lord Demon Venerable. I hope he can forgive me. At this time, Duan Lingtian was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He didn't expect that he would be targeted by the Qiming monster venerable of the Qiming mountain in the Dancing Sun City. He didn't know if the Qiming monster venerable didn't have the time to deal with him or if he didn't want to bother with him. Okay, Taiyu responded and then led Ta Mengsha inside. As he walked, he looked back at Duan Lingtian and said with a friendly smile, Little brother Li Feng, if you have time in the future, you can come find me at the Qiming mountain anytime. I'm sure Lord Demon Venerable would like to meet little brother Li Feng. At this time, Taiyu was much more polite. The reason for his politeness was because before he came, he had heard that the Wang clan did not even give face to the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan in the Azure Water City because of Li Feng. It was obvious the Wang clan's son-in-law's background was not simple. It was only when he saw the Wang clan's son-in-law that he realized he had seen him before. He had even spared his foster son, Ta Mengsha, when the Qiming mountain destroyed the Dancing Sun City. It was precisely because he knew the other party was outstanding, and he guessed the other party had an extraordinary background, that Taiyu's attitude toward Duan Lingtian was much better. Of course. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. He only returned to his senses after Taiyu and Ta Mengsha's silhouettes disappeared from his sight. He continued to welcome the guests with Wang Kuei. Soon after, Wang Kuei frowned slightly. This was because the two people walking over were the people from the Meng clan in the Azure Water City, Meng Yujing and the Azure Flame Saber King Tan Xiuting. Humph! Meng Yujing brought Tan Xiaoting forward and stopped in front of Wang Kuei. He did not look at Wang Kuei, but looked at Duan Lingtian instead. His eyes were filled with coldness and unwillingness. Clan leader Wang, is this the husband your Wang clan chose for Wang Luoyu? Meng Yujing asked as he glanced at Wang Kuei indifferently. Wang Kuei looked deeply at Meng Yujing and said indifferently, "Young Master Meng, if you're here as a guest, the Wang clan welcomes you. However, if you're here to cause trouble, please leave the Wang clan." Wang Kuei's tone was extremely domineering. Clan leader Wang. Tan Xiaoting, who was standing behind Meng Yujing, spoke, while Meng Yujing was frowning. Young Master Meng Yujing came here on behalf of the Honorable One. You want him to leave the Wang clan because the Wang clan doesn't welcome the Honorable One? Tan Xiaoting mentioned the new supreme powerhouse behind the Meng clan as soon as he spoke. In just a blink of an eye, the atmosphere became tense. When Wang Kuei heard Tan Xiaoting's words, he did not rush to explain. Instead, he smiled faintly. I, Wang Kuei, believe that if Senior Meng Tianfeng came here personally, he would definitely not be as aggressive as young Master Meng. I, Wang Kuei, and even the Wang clan, respect Senior Meng Tianfeng very much. After all, he was the clan leader of the Wang clan. He knew how to be polite. Let's go. Seeing that Wang Kuei was not easy to deal with, Meng Yujing snorted coldly and led Tan Xiaoting inside. It was obvious that he had made up his mind to attend the wedding of Duan Lingtian's alias, Li Feng and Wang Luoyu. Brother Li Feng. Wang Kuei comforted Duan Lingtian. That Meng Yujing is a good-for-nothing. Don't hold it against him. If the Meng clan didn't have a supreme powerhouse, they wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. He's just a clown. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He did not seem to care at all. Why are you here? Right at this moment, an exclamation of disbelief and disbelief sounded from afar. There was a young woman with a delicate and pretty appearance there. She was holding the hand of a middle-aged man, and there was an old woman following behind them. Regardless of whether it was the young woman or the old woman, Duan Lingtian was no stranger to them. Chapter 44-34. The newcomers were Yi Qiangwei and the old woman who had been by her side in the past. At this moment, the old woman was still behind Yi Qiangwei. Beside Yi Qiangwei was a middle-aged man with a dignified face who bore some resemblance to Yi Qiangwei. The moment Duan Lingtian saw the three of them, it was not difficult for him to guess the identity of the middle-aged man beside Yi Qiangwei. He was most likely Yi Qiangwei's father, one of the candidates to inherit the position of patriarch of the Ye family. Although he had only met Wang Luoyu a few times, he had heard some things about Yi Qiangwei from Wang Luoyu. He knew that Yi Qiangwei was here for her and had the intention to help her get rid of the marriage alliance with the Wang family. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian had a slightly better impression of Yi Qiangwei. For this reason, Duan Lingtian only regained his senses after a brief moment of shock when he saw Yi Qiangwei. At the same time, he did not intend to explain to Yi Qiangwei why he had introduced himself as Duan Lingtian. He believed that from Yi Qiangwei's perspective, she would most likely think that Duan Lingtian was his alias. Why is it him? At this moment, Yi Qiangwei was completely dumbfounded. She did not expect that the young man named Li Feng, whom her sister Wang Luoyu was going to marry, was actually the young man who called himself Duan Lingtian that she had a good impression of. He actually gave me a fake name? At this moment, Yi Qiangwei could not help but feel disappointed and disappointed. At the same time, she could not help but feel envious of her sister Wang Lu. This was because she had a good impression of the person in front of her as well. This was also the first time in her life that she had a good impression of a man of the same age. At the same time, she could tell that he was a good person. I didn't expect. He's Li Feng. Yi Qiangwei's gaze was extremely complicated. The old woman behind Yi Qiangwei was obviously stunned when she saw Duan Lingtian. When she regained her senses, her gaze was also extremely complicated. At the same time, she carefully looked at the back of her miss in front of her. She could clearly see her miss's delicate body trembling slightly. "Wire, what's wrong?" At this moment, the middle-aged man standing beside Yi Changwei also felt his daughter's body trembling. He couldn't help but ask with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" "Father, I'm fine." Yi Changwei regained her senses and shook her head. "It's just that when I think of Sister Luoyu getting married, I suddenly feel a little disappointed." "Silly girl." The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. "She's married, but she's still your sister. That won't change. Even if she leaves the Sky Sand Realm with her husband in the future, will she never come back? Even if she doesn't come back, can't you go look for her?" The middle-aged man, who was Yi Changwei's father, comforted her. "Let's go and meet Luoyu's husband. From what you said, he's a man that both Luoyu and the Wang family have chosen. He's definitely not an ordinary person." As the middle-aged man spoke, he led Yi Changwei up to Wang Kuei and Duan Lingtian. Elder Yi Cheng. After the middle-aged man beside Yi Changwei took the initiative to greet him, Wang Kuei also smiled and greeted him. "Your daughter and Luoyu are close friends. Since Luoyu is getting married this time, you're also considered her elder. You should drink a few more cups." "Of course." Yi Cheng laughed heartily. At the same time, his gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. "Elder Yi Cheng." Duan Lingtian nodded at Yi Cheng, and then looked at Yi Changwei, who was beside Yi Cheng. "Miss Yi, we meet again." Originally, Yi Changwei didn't even look at Duan Lingtian because she was worried that her heart would be even more shaken. Now that she heard Duan Lingtian take the initiative to greet her, she raised her head and looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. "Yes, we meet again. I just didn't expect you to be the big brother Li Feng that Luoyu mentioned." "Wei, you're acquainted with this brother Li Feng." Yi Cheng was slightly surprised. On the other hand, the Wang clan leader, Wang Kuei, was slightly surprised as well. "Miss Yi is acquainted with brother Li Feng?" If Yi Changwei was acquainted with their Wang clan son-in-law, Li Feng, because of Wang Liu, he wouldn't be surprised. However, now it seemed like she wasn't acquainted with Li Feng because of Wang Liu. "Father." At this moment, Yi Changwei looked at Yi Cheng, who was beside her, and said in a slightly lowered voice, "Big brother Li Feng is the young genius who saved my mother-in-law and me on the way here that day." This sentence caused Yi Cheng to turn pale with fright. Previously, he had heard from his daughter how powerful the person who saved her was. He was definitely not weaker than Yi Cheng. At that time, his daughter had also said that the person should be less than 10,000 years old. To have such strength before the age of 10,000 was truly shocking. Before he came, he was already filled with curiosity about the young genius. However, he didn't expect to see him here and under such circumstances. At this moment, he finally understood why the Wang clan was willing to take the risk of offending the Meng clan of Kanglan City and still insisted on betrothing Wang Luoyu to this person before him. It turned out that the person before him was such a heaven-defying existence. Based on how heaven-defying the other party was, his background must be extraordinary as well. The Wang clan has really found a treasure this time. Yi Cheng sighed in his heart. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at his daughter, Yi Changwei, who was beside him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If Wei can find such a husband, even if I'm no longer around in the future, I won't have to worry about her future. Although Yi Changwei deliberately lowered her voice, he still heard her words. For a moment, her eyes narrowed slightly. When she looked at Yi Cheng again, she saw the shock in his eyes. It seems like brother Li Feng's strength won't be able to be concealed for long. Wang Kuei thought to himself. At this moment, Yi Cheng, who had regained his senses, looked at Wang Kuei and smiled. "Patriarch Wang, congratulations to the Wang clan for obtaining a son-in-law." Thank you, Elder Yicheng. Wang Kuei smiled and thanked him. Elder Yicheng, please come in. The ceremony will begin soon. Please go in and take your seat. All right. Yi Cheng responded and led Yi Qiangwei and the old woman away. Before he left, he specially bid farewell to Duan Lingtian. Brother Li Feng will go in first. See you later. Take care, Elder Yi Cheng. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded as he watched the 3 members of the Ye clan leave. After that, Duan Lingtian followed the Wang clan patriarch Wang Kuei to receive more than 10 guests from afar. When it was almost time, they left to prepare for the ceremony. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian did not suggest to the Wang clan to simplify the wedding ceremony as much as possible. Even though he knew that the Wang clan would respect his opinion, he did not want to alarm them. Now, only the last step of the plan was left to succeed. At this time, he did not want to complicate matters. Today's wedding ceremony is over. In 2 days, I can find an excuse to leave. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 44-35. After Yi Qiangwei entered the arena with her father, she temporarily left him. According to her, today was the day her good sister, Wang Yu, got married. As her elder sister, she had to accompany Wang Yu. Yi Cheng did not think there was anything wrong with this. It was to the extent that when he realized Wang Luoyu's husband Li Feng was a peerless monster, he wished his daughter would have a closer relationship with Wang Luoyu. Therefore, he agreed to his daughter's request without the slightest hesitation. As for Yi Qiangwei, who was leaving Kargalik, that old woman was still following behind her like a shadow. Young Mississippi, perhaps Yi Cheng did not know his daughter's thoughts, but the old woman who was always by Yi Qiangwei's side could vaguely guess Yi Qiangwei's current feelings. Some people are just passers-by. Don't take it to heart. She knew that her young miss had a favorable impression of that young man who called himself Duan Lingtian, although her young miss didn't mention it. As someone who had experienced it before, it wasn't difficult for her to notice. Granny, why don't you think he told me his real name? Yi Qiangwei was slightly disappointed. So his name was Li Feng, not Duan Lingtian. Why did he lie to her? Was she not even worthy of a word of truth? Young miss, don't think too much. The old woman shook her head and said, Since young Master Li Feng did not tell you his real name, it means he must have his own concerns. You should understand him. Moreover, he's going to become young Miss Luoyu's husband soon. From today onwards, there will be a lot of interactions between the 2 of you. The old woman continued. Of course, the old woman's words had a double meaning. She was clearly telling her young miss that Li Feng was already taken and hinting her young miss to stop thinking too much. She knew her young miss was arrogant. In the past, she had never beamed with joy in front of men of the same age. Only that young man, Li Feng, made her young miss unable to forget. Yes, Yi Qiangwei's delicate body trembled slightly. He's going to be Sister Luoyu's husband soon. Speaking of which, from today onwards, he's my brother-in-law. Granny, I'm fine. Now let's go find Luoyu. Since her brother is no longer around, I will accompany her on behalf of her brother and watch her get married. Yi Qiangwei said. Hearing her young miss's words, the old woman secretly heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly responded. She could tell that her mistress had let it go, even if it was only for a moment, as long as there was enough time. She believed that her young miss would be able to let it go completely. Sister rose. Wang Luoyu, who was preparing at the back, was surrounded by a group of people. There were also 3 or 4 women who were in charge of adjusting her makeup. Although her makeup was not done yet, her appearance today was far better than her usual self. Even if the Duan Lingtian were here, looking at Wang Luoyu now, he might feel that she had some experience. Sister Luoyu, you're so beautiful. Even Yi Qiangwei, who was also a woman, couldn't help but smile when she saw Wang Luoyu. Big sister Rose, since you came with Uncle Yi, Then you should have already met big brother Li Feng, right? Wang Luoyu asked Yi Qiangwei with a smile as she cooperated with the women around her. She knew that her big sister Rose was full of curiosity towards her big brother Li Feng. It was a pity that big brother Li Feng didn't want to meet her. Now, she could finally get what she wanted. Yes, I met him. Yi Qiangwei nodded. Sister Luoyu, do you still remember that I told you that I was saved by a young expert on my way here? Wang Luoyu nodded with a face full of fear. Luckily, that big brother saved you. Otherwise, I really can't imagine what would have happened to you. Wang Luoyu still had a face full of fear when she thought about that incident. In fact, when Yi Qiangwei first arrived, she didn't mention it because she was afraid that Wang Luoyu would be worried. It was only until many days later that she brought it up in a casual conversation. Even so, Wang Luoyu was still shocked. Only then did she know that her big sister Rose was almost kidnapped by the people from the Blood Sea because of her. Fortunately, a young expert took action and saved her big sister Rose. Today I met him again. Yi Qiangwei said, Wang Luoyu was stunned and then asked curiously, Big sister Rose, was he invited to my wedding with big brother Li Feng? Did you greet him? This time did he tell you his name? Wang Luoyu was very curious about this. That day, when her big sister Rose told her that the other party refused to talk to her too much and didn't even want to tell her his name, she was shocked. She couldn't imagine what kind of person would be so disdainful of a beauty like her big sister Rose. Could it be that he liked men and didn't like women? He wasn't invited to your wedding. Yi Qiangwei looked at Wang Luoyu with a complicated gaze and sighed. He is your big brother Li Feng. This sentence made Wang Luoyu completely stunned. Big brother Li Feng? Elder brother Duan? Elder brother Duan was the one who saved big sister Rose? Wang Luoyu's gaze became complicated when she thought of this. It turned out that the young man who came all the way to Lanshao City's Wang family just to fulfill his promise had already met Sister Rose before meeting him. Furthermore, he had even saved Sister Rose. Big brother Li Feng! At this moment, Wang Luoyu took a few more glances at Yi Qiangwei. It was not difficult to see the loneliness in her eyes. What a joke! I can't believe elder brother Duan is the one who saved big sister Rose. Moreover, it's obvious that big sister Rose has feelings for him. Wang Luoyu's heart trembled. At the same time, her eyes flashed. She almost wanted to tell Yi Qiangwei the truth about Duan Lingtian saving her from the Wang clan. At the critical moment, she remembered her elder brother Duan's warning and recognized him as her master. I can't believe the person who saved big sister Rose is big brother Li Feng. I didn't hear big brother Li Feng mention this before. At this moment, Wang Luoyu felt a little guilty and embarrassed. In the end, it was Yi Qiangwei who came back to her senses and changed the topic to break the slightly awkward atmosphere. At this time, she was also somewhat regretful that she had expressed some admiration for her life-saving grace in front of Wang Luoyu that day. Miss Liu, it's almost time. Let's get ready and go out. After Wang Luoyu's makeup was done, and she chatted with Yi Qiangwei for a while, someone rushed over and reminded Wang Luoyu. At this moment, the surrounding Wang clan members began to get busy again. Yi Qiangwei followed Wang Luoyu because she had planned to be Wang Luoyu's maternal family member and send her to that man's side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was already waiting on the other side. According to the wedding customs of the Wang clan in Lanshao City, he and Wang Luoyu would enter from two different directions and gather on the high platform to face the guests seated below the high platform. After that, there would be a series of ceremonies. After the ceremony, the two of them would be considered to have completed the wedding. After that, they would toast the guests and thank them. The wedding ceremony was held in the vast martial arts arena of the Wang clan. Of course, the arena had been decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It looked very jubilant. In front of a table of banquet, Meng Yujing looked at Tan Xiuting excitedly and asked hurriedly through voice transmission, Uncle Tan, the elder master, is really coming. Yes. Tan, shouting, nodded and replied through voice transmission. His honor said that he also wants to see what kind of background this fellow has to be able to make the Wang clan reject him. Reject the Meng clan that has such a powerful person like him in charge. When will the elder master arrive? Meng Yujing's tone became more urgent. At the same time, his eyes shone brightly, like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Chapter 44-36. He should be arriving soon. Just as Tan Xiaoting was replying to Meng Yujing, a figure was traveling on the road from Kanglin City to Lanshao City. Feng Su was riding on the wind. He was above the clouds, and his figure was ethereal. Even when people passed by below, they did not discover his whereabouts. It was an old man. He looked old from afar, but up close he had white hair and a youthful face. There were faint black strands in his grayish-white hair, and his face was very ruddy. He looked more like a young man who had deliberately made up and dressed like an old man. The old man was wearing a light gray robe. As he moved, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. Bursts of imperceptible flames swept through the air, causing the air to sizzle. Wang clan. As the old man ran, his eyes were somewhat ethereal. Scenes from back then appeared in his mind. That year, he was only a junior who was not even 10,000 years old. He followed his elders to Lanshao City to meet the Wang clan's ultimate powerhouse patriarch as if he was on a pilgrimage. The Wang clan's ultimate powerhouse patriarch was much stronger than an ordinary ultimate powerhouse. It was also because of this that the Wang clan at that time not only had a high status in Lanshao City, but also in the entire Sky Sand territory, not to mention anything else. Even the 5 ultimate powerhouses of the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City, who had recently been annihilated, could not stop the powerful demon venerable of Qi Ming Mountain and his helpers. If it were the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City, or the great clans of Lanshao City, just the Wang clan's patriarch alone was enough to make the demon venerable of Qi Ming Mountain wary and not dare to provoke him. I really didn't expect that the Wang clan that was so powerful in the past would be reduced to such a state now. They can only rely on Senior Wang's protection. Now, there are still a few ultimate powerhouses that the Wang clan can rely on. But what will happen in the future? If the Wang clan does not produce an ultimate powerhouse, their status today will soon be gone. Thinking of this, the old man thought of the clan behind him. However, while I'm lamenting the Wang clan, isn't my Meng clan the same? Now that I've stepped into the realm of an ultimate powerhouse, my strength has improved, and my lifespan has become longer. However, even so, there will be a day when I leave. Today, all the glory the Meng clan has gained because of me will vanish with me. As the old man muttered to himself, he sighed again. Based on the old man's words, his identity was obvious. He was the new supreme expert of the Meng clan Meng Tianfeng, Lan Xiaocheng, the Wang family. With the appearance of the newlyweds, the atmosphere of the Wang family's wedding banquet was completely ignited. This son-in-law of the Wang family is really a talent. Just her looks alone are enough to make her the #1 beauty in Lanshao City. I wonder what kind of background this son-in-law of the Wang family has. For the Wang family to reject the Meng family, his background must be extraordinary. When Duan Lingtian and Wang Luoyu walked up to the stage from 2 different directions, the guests below the stage couldn't help but burst into discussion. Wang Luoyu was the #1 beauty in Lanshao City. Even those who had not seen her before were mentally prepared for her appearance. However, they were unfamiliar with Duan Lingtian's alias, Li Feng. Due to this reason, most of the people's attention was on Li Feng. Welcome to our Wang family's grand wedding banquet. As the patriarch of the Wang family, I, Wang Kuei, would like to thank all of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this banquet. On the stage, the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, bowed to the people below the stage, as he was the one presiding over the wedding. In fact, it was rare for the patriarch of the Wang family to be the one presiding over the wedding banquet unless it was a direct descendant of the family marrying a woman from a prominent family, or a direct descendant of the family marrying a person from a prominent family. As for the latter, it was usually a wedding banquet held in the Fang family. The patriarch of the Wang family would never be the one presiding over the wedding banquet. Therefore, in the history of the Wang family, there were very few cases where the patriarch of the Wang family would be the one presiding over the wedding of a direct descendant of the Wang family. As the current patriarch of the Wang family, this was the first time Wang Kuei had encountered such a situation. In the past, he had been the one presiding over the wedding banquet as well. However, he had been the sole casting stone for the male direct descendant of the Wang family, the female direct descendant of the Wang family, and even the female direct descendant of the Wang family. This was his first time. Because of this, it caused a lot of discussion among the people below the stage. They all felt that the Wang family's son-in-law this time was definitely not simple. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Today is the wedding banquet of our Wang family's direct descendant, Wang Liu. Today, she will officially marry Li Feng, a young talent who came from outside of the Sky Sand realm. I, and even the Wang family, will give them our highest blessings. Also, when Duan Lingtian and Wang Liu walked up to the stage, Wang Kuei, the patriarch of the Wang family, began a long speech that Duan Lingtian almost dozed off. However, during this process, Duan Lingtian's gaze swept across the crowd below the stage. Most people's gazes were normal. They stared at him with eyes full of puzzlement and curiosity. However, there was also one gaze that was exceptionally sharp and vicious. It was none other than the disciple of the Meng family from Kanglin City, who had been overbearing when he had accompanied Wang Kuei to welcome the guests earlier. Meng Yujing. Duan Lingtian had not taken Meng Yujing seriously from the beginning. Even now it was still the same. Therefore, he completely ignored Meng Yujing's vicious gaze. However, just because he ignored Meng Yujing did not mean that Meng Yujing also ignored him. At this moment, while Meng Yujing stared at Duan Lingtian, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Kid, you'll pay the price for your recklessness. I'll tell you the truth. My great-grandfather, the strongest person in our Meng family, is about to arrive. Once he arrives, your wedding will be over. I only hope that you can be as unyielding as before in front of that old man." When Meng Yujing sent the voice transmission, his tone was cold and filled with a strong sense of threat. When Duan Lingtian heard Meng Yujing's voice transmission, he did not look back at him. This made Meng Yujing even more furious. This bastard! Does he think that I'm lying to him and scaring him? At the same time, Wang Kuei, the Wang family's patriarch, finished his long speech and formally introduced Duan Lingtian to the guests below the stage. Of course, he did not go into detail about his talent and strength. He only said that he came from a large family outside of Tiansha. He was a rare young talent. After introducing Duan Lingtian's alias, Li Feng, he introduced Wang Luoyu, who was next to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he passed the wedding gift that the Wang family had prepared to Wang Luoyu. "Luoyu, even if you're married, you're still a member of our Wang family. This will never change." Wang Kuei smiled warmly. Wang Luoyu was naturally flattered and guiltily accepted the wedding gift from the Wang family. She knew this was a critical moment, and she could not let the cat out of the bag. She did not want to ruin her elder brother Duan's plan. "After this wedding, I'll have to leave the Meng family. I heard from elder brother Duan that his hometown, the God Defiance realm, is not bad. Perhaps I can consider going there and find a mundane realm to spend the rest of my life there." Wang Luoyu thought to herself. When the ceremony was about to end and the guests below the stage began to eat, a clear voice rang out. A voice that was not loud but extremely clear suddenly rang in everyone's ears out of thin air. It seemed to come from all directions, and it was difficult to identify the specific source of the voice. I'm Meng Tianfeng from the Meng family. I've heard that the Wang family is marrying off a daughter, so I've come to ask for a toast." When the crowd heard this voice, they were all shocked. The Meng family, Meng Tianfeng, is that the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng family in Songlan City? Many people cried out in surprise as their eyes widened. "It's him. I didn't expect him to come personally. What's going on? A supreme powerhouse is here to attend the wedding of a junior from the Wang family? This doesn't make sense. Could the rumors be true? Meng Tianfeng, the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng family, wanted the Wang family to betroth Wang Leiyu to a junior from the Meng family. But the Wang family rejected him? If this is true, this Meng Tianfeng has come with ill intentions." Chapter 44-37. The ultimate powerhouse of the Meng clan, Meng Tianfeng. He had arrived at the Wang clan in Lanqiao City. Wang Kuei, the clan leader of the Wang clan, who had a joyous smile on his face, heard the voice from outside. His expression changed slightly before he calmed down. Then he rose into the air and looked in the direction of Kanglin City where the Meng clan was located. He bowed slightly and cupped his hands. "Clan leader of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei, welcome Senior Meng Tianfeng." In fact, Wang Kuei did not know where Meng Tianfeng's voice came from. However, he knew that he was most likely in the direction of Kanglin City. This was because he was most likely from the Meng clan in Kanglin City. "Clan leader Wang was just a young man when I first met you. I didn't expect you to become the clan leader of the Wang clan today." The voice rang out again. Then, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion arrived with the wind. Very soon, he appeared in Wang Kuei's field of vision and before everyone present. "It's Senior Meng Tianfeng from the Meng clan." When Meng Tianfeng appeared, many people present recognized him immediately. Among them, there were also some old people who looked at Meng Tianfeng with complicated expressions. They could be considered Meng Tianfeng's old friends, and they were people of the same generation as Meng Tianfeng. However, today the difference between them and Meng Tianfeng was like the difference between heaven and earth. "Greetings, Senior Meng Tianfeng." As many people left their seats and bowed respectfully to Meng Tianfeng. The rest of the people present also stood up and bowed respectfully to Meng Tianfeng. Only a small number of senior elders remained seated in front of the table, with no intention of standing up. They were either from the same generation as Meng Tianfeng or from the forces behind them. They were not afraid of the Meng clan in Kanglin City, who had Meng Tianfeng now. Although they were not ultimate powerhouses, they still had the pride of a powerful force. For example, Taiyu, one of the 3 great demons under the venerable demon of the Qi Ming Mountain, and his adopted son, Tamengsha, sat there motionlessly. They had no intention of bowing to Meng Tianfeng. The venerable demon of the Qi Ming Mountain was extremely powerful. He was considered a powerhouse even among the ultimate powerhouses. During the Battle of Dancing Sun City, there were 5 ultimate powerhouses in Dancing Sun City. If there were 2 less, the venerable demon of the Qi Ming Mountain would not even need to ask for help. At this moment, with the arrival of the Meng Tianfeng, the new ultimate powerhouse of the Meng clan, Duan Lingtian's name, was completely stolen the limelight. As for Duan Lingtian himself, he was also the ultimate powerhouse of the clan. There was no fear on Meng Qi's face. More often than not, it was more casual. This is the new clan ultimate powerhouse of the clan ultimate? He doesn't look much different from those few supreme experts in the Dancing Sun City. Meng Tian, SSS name. Currently, Duan Lingtian was no longer the young lad who had never seen a supreme powerhouse before. During the battle in Dancing Sun City, not only did he see many supreme powerhouses, but he had also seen them fighting. However, his eyes and divine consciousness could not follow their movements. He could not see how they fought. Before he met an ultimate powerhouse, he was filled with longing and yearning for them. Now he was just like that. An ultimate powerhouse was an even more powerful existence. They were also living beings with emotions and desires. They were afraid of death and wanted to continue living. Apart from being stronger, they were no different from others. I didn't expect Senior to still remember me. Hearing Meng Tianfeng's words, Wang Kuei, the head of the Wang family, was flattered. After all, although he had seen the old man in front of him back then, it was only once. At that time, the other party was already an important figure in the Meng clan of Kanglin City. When he came to the Wang clan as a guest, the Wang clan leader had personally accompanied him. On the other hand, he was just a young man. At that time, I could tell that you were different from ordinary young men. Later, when I heard that you had become the Wang clan leader, I mentioned this to a few old friends and praised myself for having a good eye. Meng Tianfeng smiled faintly and said, Clan leader Wang, let's end our small talk here. There are many old friends of mine here. Let me greet them. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Tianfeng's figure flashed, and he was already in the open space below. In the next moment, more than a dozen figures went up to greet Meng Tianfeng. Brother Meng, congratulations. Brother Meng, I personally went to Kanglin City to congratulate you, but because you were in seclusion, I didn't dare to disturb you. I only wanted to visit again in the future, but I didn't expect to meet you here in advance. Brother Meng, how have you been? Before Meng Tianfeng became an ultimate powerhouse, he was an important figure in the Meng clan of Kanglin City. He had also trained outside for many years and made many connections, so he had many friends outside. Among them, there was no lack of people from the ultimate forces. At the same time, the Meng clan's disciple, Meng Yujing, also walked over with Tan Xiuting and bowed respectfully to Meng Tianfeng. Yujing greets the ancestor, Supreme Lord. Tan Xiuting also bowed respectfully to Meng Tianfeng. Then he took a few steps forward and stood behind Meng Tianfeng respectfully. Seeing the famous azure flame saber monarch in the Sky Sand territory act like this, Meng Tianfeng's group of old friends had complicated expressions. The azure flame saber monarch was not weaker than them. In fact, he was even stronger than them. They had befriended him as equals. But now, he had become Meng Tianfeng's follower. Just now, although Meng Tianfeng did not put on any airs, the pressure from the aura of an ultimate powerhouse made them feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. After greeting him, they had the urge to quickly leave. They knew that Meng Tianfeng was no longer people of the same world as them. As long as they did not step into the ultimate realm, they could not be the same as before in front of Meng Tianfeng. Ancestor, that guy is the one who is going to marry the daughter of the Wang clan, Wang Luyu. His name is Li Feng. He knows that I'm from the Meng clan of Kanglin City, and that the Meng clan has an existence like you. But he still doesn't give me or the Meng clan any face. Meng Yujing complained to Meng Tianfeng as soon as he opened his mouth. At this moment, Meng Tianfeng's group of old friends, who were just about to find an excuse to leave, raised their eyebrows. It seemed that the rumors might really be true. The Wang clan had rejected their old friend this time and instead married the daughter of the Wang clan to a young talent from outside the Tiansha realm. However, they did not think that their old friend would be angry because of this. After all, the background of the Wang clan's son-in-law was still unclear. Rashly offending him might not be a good thing for the Meng clan. The Wang clan's choice actually explained many things. As expected, in the face of Meng Yujing's complaint, Meng Tianfeng said indifferently, "In my opinion, it's you who doesn't know what's good for you and offended the son-in-law of the Wang clan, right?" Now, although Meng Tianfeng and the others were in a corner of the wedding banquet, they were still the center of attention and had never left the sight of the crowd. "Go, apologize to young friend Li Feng." When Meng Tianfeng spoke with a stern tone, not only was Meng Yujing dumbfounded, but even the members of the Wang clan and the various guests present were stunned. What was going on? Could it be that the ultimate powerhouse of the Meng clan, Meng Tianfeng, knew the identity and background of the Wang clan's son-in-law? Otherwise, why would he do this? Ancestor. Meng Yujing's expression changed drastically. He originally thought that his greatest backer had arrived, but at this moment it was as if he had fallen from heaven into the dark and boundless abyss of hell. Chapter 4438. Even the Azure Flame Saber King, Tan Xiuting, who was standing behind Meng Tianfeng, was stunned. He had no idea what was going on. He had always thought that the person in front of him was angry that the Wang clan in Lanshao City did not give him face by not marrying Wang Liu to his direct descendant, Meng Yujing. He had thought that this person was here to cause trouble for the Wang clan. He did not expect that after Meng Yujing complained, he would reprimand him and even ask him to apologize to the Wang clan's son-in-law. What's going on? Tan Xiuting and Meng Yujing were not the only ones who were stunned. Everyone else was stunned as well. This was especially true for the clan leader of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei. He also thought that Meng Tianfeng had come to look for trouble, and he was even prepared to send a message to get support. However, he never expected that Meng Tianfeng would actually change the topic and say something that everyone found unbelievable when Meng Yujing took the initiative to complain, and almost everyone thought that he would stand up for Meng Yujing. He actually asked his direct descendant, Meng Yujing, to apologize to Li Feng. Moreover, when he mentioned Li Feng, he even addressed Li Feng as young friend Li Feng. After all, this was a supreme powerhouse. Could it be that he knows about brother Li Feng's background? At this moment, Wang Kuei could only think of this possibility. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you going? Meng Tianfeng looked at Meng Yujing indifferently. Although his tone was calm, when it entered Meng Yujing's ears, it was like a huge bell that shook his heart. In the next moment, even though Meng Yujing was extremely unwilling, he did not dare to hesitate. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he walked toward the bridegroom today, Duan Lingtian, whose alias was Li Feng. Li Feng, I'm sorry. Once again arriving in front of Duan Lingtian, Meng Yujing no longer had the arrogance from before. Although the depths of his eyes still contained unwillingness and anger, he did not dare to show it on the surface. As for Duan Lingtian, when faced with Meng Yujing's apology, he instead said indifferently, "Young Master Meng, I don't think you've done anything wrong to me. Everyone has a heart that loves beauty, I can understand." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Meng Yujing took a deep look at Duan Lingtian before turning around and leaving. He returned behind Meng Tianfeng and stood side by side with Tan Xiuting. As for Meng Tianfeng himself, his gaze was also on Duan Lingtian. He nodded and smiled at the Duan Lingtian. "Little friend Li Feng, I heard that you came from outside the heavenly sand realm. I think the faction behind you is not ordinary." As soon as Meng Tianfeng said this, Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Senior, you flatter me. The power behind me is definitely incomparable to the current Meng family of Kanglin City." Incomparable. When Duan Lingtian said this, it sounded like he was being modest. However, when it entered the ears of Meng Tianfeng and Wang Kuei, it was completely different, incomparable. Was the power behind Li Feng incomparable to the Meng family, or was the Meng family incomparable to the power behind him? There was a double meaning in his words. At this moment, Wang Kuei was also somewhat stunned. So this old fart Meng Tianfeng doesn't know about brother Li Feng's background. If he knew, he would not have said such a thing. There was no need for that. It was better to just get close to him. However, if that was the case, why was Meng Tianfeng so polite to brother Li Feng? Wang Kuei could not understand. Could it be because my Wang family's attitude towards brother Li Feng is different? Although this could explain some things, it should not be enough to make a supreme expert like Meng Tianfeng lower his head. There must be some other reason. My young friend Li Feng, you are too humble. Meng Tianfeng shook his head. If I say that my young friend Li Feng came from a humble background, I'm afraid no one would believe that you were able to get the inherited heaven sword from the Wang family. When Meng Tianfeng said this, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything. This was because he had never heard of the inherited heaven sword. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything. It did not mean that others did not feel anything. Especially the Wang family head Wang Kuei. His pupils shrank sharply as his heart trembled. How did he know? The inherited heaven sword. This was the name of the supreme expert that he had personally invited to the Wang clan. When that supreme expert was only a high-level ultimate god, this name had already resounded throughout the entire heavenly sand territory. Now, the name of the inherited heaven sword was even more shocking in the sky sand territory. This was because he was one of the strongest supreme experts in the sky sand territory. He was as famous as the Qi Ming demon, venerable from the Qi Ming mountain. If the supreme experts in the sky sand territory were divided into two echelons, then supreme experts like the inherited heaven sword, Sidalei, and the Qi Ming demon venerable would be in the first echelon. For example, Meng Tianfeng, the other supreme experts in Lanshao City, Kanglan City, and even the 5 supreme experts in Dancing Sun City would be in the second echelon. What? The inherited heaven sword is here? The Wang family is so influential. Although I heard that the Wang family was related to the inherited heaven sword, Sita Venerable was only hearsay. After all, the inherited heaven sword is such a lofty existence. I didn't expect it to be related to the Wang family. I heard about this too. I thought it was fake, but now it seems like it might be true. Earlier, someone said that if the Wang family was only related to ordinary supreme experts and did not have any supreme experts to rely on, they would not be able to maintain their mansion in Lanshao City. It was because of the existence of the inherited heaven sword that they could do this. Now it seems like it's true. Many guests present were in an uproar at this time. Of course, there were also some guests who were not surprised. It was obvious that they knew about the relationship between the inherited heaven sword and the Wang family. Among them was the Ye family's elder, Yi Cheng, and Yi Chengwei's father. I didn't expect the Wang family to invite the inherited heaven sword, Situ Lei. It seems like the Wang family has a certain understanding of this young man's strength and background. Yi Cheng was secretly shocked. At this time, Duan Lingtian also learned about the coldness of the 3 words inherited heaven sword through the discussions and whispers of many guests. The inherited heaven sword, Sita Lei, was a top powerhouse in Tiansha. He was as famous as the Qi Ming demon, venerable of Qi Ming Mountain. Patriarch Wang. At this time, Meng Tianfeng looked at Wang Kuei and said with a faint smile, I'm here to congratulate the Wang family on this marriage and to pay a visit to the inherited heaven sword, Senior Situ. Patriarch Wang, please tell him that I, Meng Tianfeng, want to meet Senior Situ. I have some questions about cultivation that I need to ask him for help. It was a complete accident that Meng Tianfeng knew that the inherited heaven sword had come to the Wang family. This was because he had gone to the inherited heaven sword's cultivation ground at around the same time, and was told that the inherited heaven sword had already left. It should be noted that the inherited heaven sword rarely left its place of practice. It was usually in secluded cultivation. This time it had left at this time, so it was easy to imagine its destination. It was also at this moment that he guessed that the inherited heaven sword was most likely taken away by the Wang family of Lengxiaking. Just now, when he saw the reaction of the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, he confirmed his guess. The inherited heaven sword, Sita Lei, was in the Wang family. Senior Meng. At the same time, Wang Kuei spoke after a moment of silence. Senior Situ wants you to meet him. Please follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Kuei led the way. Meng Tianfeng followed closely behind him. A wedding was completely interrupted with the arrival of Meng Tianfeng, and the originally festive atmosphere came to an abrupt end. If it were a normal newlywed, They would definitely be angry at Meng Tianfeng for stealing the limelight. However, Duan Lingtian and Wang Liu did not feel anything. Instead, it was Yi Qiangwei who complained unhappily in Wang Liu's ear. This new supreme master of the Meng family came at the right time. But it's not bad to see Meng Yujing suffer. He's really a toad lusting after a swan. How can a good-for-nothing like Meng Yujing be worthy of my sister, Li? Duan Lingtian was beside Wang Liu at this time. When he heard Yi Qiangwei's words, he did not say anything. Instead, it was Wang Liu who comforted Yi Qiangwei. It was as if the female lead today was not her, but Yi Qiangwei. This was because Yi Qiangwei was even more annoyed. Duan Lingtian inadvertently looked around and happened to meet Meng Yujing's eyes. It was as if fire was about to shoot out of Meng Yujing's eyes. The hatred in his eyes was even more intense than before. Duan Lingtian did not care about this. He did not care about a good-for-nothing like him. If the Meng family wanted to deal with him, as long as Meng Tianfeng did not personally make a move, no one in the Meng family would be able to stop him. Uncle Tan Xiuting, did not leave with Meng Tianfeng. He stood beside Meng Yujing and heard Meng Yujing's words. After today, you can find an opportunity to kill him. As long as you bring his corpse back to me, I'll lend you the paramount divinity to comprehend. I believe in Uncle Tan's methods. The flames of hatred burned in the depths of Meng Yujing's eyes. On the other hand, the flames of greed rose in Tan Xiuting's eyes. However, although he yearned for the paramount divinity that was suitable for him to comprehend, Tan Xiuting still retained his rationality. Meng Tianfeng's words today are not without reason. This Li Feng is definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, the Wang family would not have been able to get the inherited Heaven's Sword for him. Although he, Tan Xiuting, was also known as the Azure Flame Saber King. However, in front of the inherited Heaven's Sword, he was only a younger brother among younger brothers. There was no comparison at all. Even before the inherited Heaven's Sword had become an ultimate expert, it would have been extremely easy to kill him. Moreover, the inherited Heaven's Sword had become an ultimate expert and stood at the peak of the heavenly sand realm. Even if I find an opportunity to make a move, I still have to test him. Although it's almost impossible for him to have an ultimate expert protecting him, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have an ultimate expert protecting him. After confirming that he has no one protecting him or that I can deal with the people protecting him, I'll make a move. Chapter 4439. Although Tan Xiuting dreamed of obtaining a suitable omnipotent divinity, even if it was just borrowing it, however, if he could lose his life because of it, he would rather not. Although he was ambitious, the prerequisite for achieving his ambition was to be able to live on properly. Once a person died, there would be nothing left. No matter how ambitious he was, he would need to be alive to be able to grow wild. Uncle Tan! Seeing that Tan Xiuting did not respond for a long time, Meng Yujing's expression darkened. Could it be that the Azure Flame Saber King was so frightened today that he forgot about the deal he made with him? Or did he not have the guts to continue the deal? I know what to do. Tan Xiuting spoke at this time. As long as there is a chance, I will not give up the chance to borrow the omnipotent divinity from you. Hearing Tan Xiuting's words, Meng Yujing inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. His originally gloomy expression eased a lot, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Li Feng, so what if you're in the limelight today? Unless you don't leave the Wang family, unless the Wang family can send experts to protect you. Otherwise, when the Azure Flame Saber King makes a move, you won't be able to escape death. Although the inherited Heaven's Sword was guarding the Wang family today, which made him feel extremely sullen, Meng Yujing also knew that the inherited Heaven's Sword was invited by the Wang family to guard the situation. It was impossible for the inherited Heaven's Sword to protect the Wang family's son-in-law, Li Feng. Even the other experts of the Wang family, who were comparable to the Azure Flame Saber King, Tan Xiuting, would not be sent to protect Li Feng. This was because such experts could be counted on one hand in the entire Wang family. They were the top experts of the Wang family. It was impossible for them to be a guard, even if that person was the son-in-law of the Wang family. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what Meng Yujing was thinking, nor did he know that the Azure Flame Saber King, Tan Xiuting, had reached an agreement with Meng Yujing. Duan Lingtian was waiting for the return of the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Kuei, to continue the wedding between Li Feng and Wang Luoyu. With the arrival of the strongest expert of the Meng clan, Meng Tianfeng, the wedding had lost a lot of the limelight. Even after Meng Tianfeng left, most people were still talking about Meng Tianfeng and the inherited heaven sword, Sita Lei, who Meng Tianfeng said was invited by the Wang clan. Sita Lei was an extremely famous existence in the Sky Sand realm. He was also recognized as one of the strongest experts in the Sky Sand realm. As long as Sita Lei is here, it will be difficult for the Wang clan to decline. Many people sighed inwardly. At this moment, many people had spread the news of what had happened. This made some of the people and forces who had declined the Wang family's invitation feel somewhat regretful. They didn't expect the Wang family to keep in close contact with Sita Lei, the inherited heaven sword. This time, they even invited Sita Lei, who no ordinary person could invite, to the Wang family. I should have gone. Not to mention that I'm not that busy to begin with. Even if I'm really busy, I should still go. I wonder if the Wang clan will bear a grudge this time. The Wang clan's wedding shocked everyone inside and outside the Wang clan. After the news spread throughout Lanshao City, it caused a stir everywhere, and people began to discuss the meeting between the two strongest experts of the Wang clan. As for Duan Lingtian, who was supposed to be the main character of the day, Li Feng and Wang Luoyu, their limelight was completely stolen. Of course, the two of them didn't care about this. After going through the entire process of the wedding, the two of them returned to their bridal chamber, which was the courtyard where Duan Lingtian was staying in the Wang clan. At this time, the courtyard had been refurbished. When Duan Lingtian and Wang Luoyu returned, all the servants and maids sensibly waited outside, leaving the bridal chamber to the two of them. Elder brother Duan, you've worked hard today. In the bridal chamber, Wang Luoyu looked at Duan Lingtian with an apologetic expression. Today, this elder brother Duan not only had to do things, but he also had to deal with the malice of Meng Yujing from the Meng clan in Lanshao City. When the strongest expert from the Meng clan arrived, she even broke out in a cold sweat for this elder brother Duan. Fortunately, it was a close call in the end. It's nothing. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. In the next few days, we'll continue to stay in the bridal chamber and not go out, creating the illusion that we're in a gentle home. After a few days, I'll look for Patriarch Wang and tell him that I'm going to take you out for a walk. At that time, the Wang clan won't suspect anything. I'll send you far away from the Wang clan and Lanshao City, and that'll count as fulfilling my promise to your brother. Although he couldn't use what Wang Yuan had left for him now, he could imagine that it would be a great help to him in the future. Because of this, as long as there was a glimmer of hope to fulfill Wang Yuan's promise, he would give it a try. Yes, Wang Luoyu couldn't help but feel excited when she heard this. She was finally going to leave this place that was like a cage that trapped her freedom. All of this was given to her by her late brother. When she thought of her late brother, Wang Luoyu's eyes turned red again. It took her a long time to return to normal. I want to live well, live freely. That way, I won't waste my brother's painstaking efforts. Wang Luoyu warned herself inwardly. At the same time, a figure appeared in Wang Luoyu's mind. It was a beautiful figure. Apart from her brother, she was the person she trusted the most. Yi Chongwei, elder brother Duan. Wang Luoyu hesitated for a moment before she finally looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "My elder sister, Changwei, seems to like you a little. She's a very good person. If it's possible, Before Wang Luyu could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian cut her off. Impossible. I already have a wife. After I've settled you down, I'll continue to search for a way to save my wife. There's no need to say such nonsense. Duan Lingtian's tone became much calmer as he spoke, causing Wang Luoyu to feel estranged. She instantly shut her mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. Of course, although she didn't say anything else, she still couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Elder sister Qiangwei, as a sister, I've done my best before leaving. In the future, the outer realm and the myriad worlds are vast. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to meet again. In order to prevent the plan from failing, even if Wang Luoyu trusted Yi Qiangwei greatly and felt it was fine to tell Yi Qiangwei the truth, she still couldn't say anything. This was because she had promised her elder brother Duan, who had traveled thousands of miles, to save her. If her elder brother Duan didn't allow her to say anything, it was impossible for her to say anything. Rest well on the bed for the next few days, Duan Lingtian said to Yi Qiangwei before he disappeared from his spot in just a blink of an eye. He had entered a spatial artifact to cultivate. This spatial artifact was just an ordinary spatial artifact. It was a toy that he had casually refined. With his current attainments in the law of space, even if his weapon refinement level was only at the level of weapon refinement in the mundane realm, he was still able to create this spatial artifact by himself after reading some information on weapon refinement in the outer realm. This spatial artifact was an inconspicuous piece of metal that was exposed under the corner of a square table. Even if others saw it, it would be difficult for them to notice anything unusual about it. When Yi Qiangwei saw this, although she was curious about where her elder brother Duan had gone, she knew he would definitely not leave her behind. If he was such a person, he wouldn't have come to the Wang family in Lan Xiaoqing to look for her. Heaven Inheritance Sword Duan Lingtian entered the spatial artifact that he had refined himself. He sat cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed. While he was floating in the void, images of what he had experienced today appeared in his mind. Today he had also learned from a group of people that the Heaven Inheritance Sword, Sidolei, was extraordinary. Even the new omnipotent expert of the Wang family had to bow down to him. He's as famous as the one from Qi Ming Mountain in the Heavenly Sand Territory. Duan Lingtian had not seen Sidolei. However, he had seen the Qi Ming demon venerate from the Qi Ming Mountain before. Back in the Dancing Sun City, he had seen how powerful the Qi Ming demon venerate was. He had led the Qi Ming demon venerate from the Qi Ming Mountain to destroy the Dancing Sun City. He had even found a supreme expert to help him kill the supreme experts of the Dancing Sun City and scare off the supreme experts who had survived. The 5 first-rate clans of Dancing Sun City had also been destroyed. Dancing Sun City had also been reduced to ruins. For this reason, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, a person like Demon Venerable Qi Ming was a peerless existence who could single-handedly destroy a large city that was guarded by many supreme powerhouses. Today he had learned that the Heaven Inheritance Sword, Sidolei, whom the Wang family had invited, was also an omnipotent expert who was not weaker than the Qi Ming demon Venerable. Obviously, he was also a figure who could destroy a large city with his own strength. Heaven Inheritance Sword. Judging from his name, he's obviously a sword cultivator. And from what those people said, he's also good at sword principle. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned. I wonder how far he has come in sword principle. Is he stronger than me? There's a high probability that he's not as good as me. Duan Lingtian was very confident in his own attainments in sword principle. Even though he knew that the Heaven Inheritance Sword, Sidolei, had lived for a long time, the sword principle depended more on luck and talent. Moreover, he had also heard that Sidolei did not rely on sword principle to become an omnipotent expert. Although he had mastered sword principle before becoming an omnipotent expert, his attainments in sword principle were not enough to support him to become an omnipotent expert. I wonder if the Wang family will arrange for me to meet him. Originally, Duan Lingtian was just thinking about it casually. However, what he did not expect was that a few days later, not long after he walked out of the bridal chamber, he saw the Wang family head, Wang Kuei, rushing over in a hurry. When Wang Kuei saw Duan Lingtian, his gaze was a little ambiguous, but he did not forget about the business at hand. Brother Li Feng, a few days ago, you heard Meng Tianfeng mention Senior Situ. These few days, Senior Situ is planning to leave. Before he left, he said that he wanted to see you, Brother Li Feng. Chapter 4440. Duan Lingtian did not expect Sita Lei, the inherited heaven sword, to invite him to a meeting. After all, Sita Lei was a supreme expert. Moreover, he was not an ordinary supreme expert. In the Heavenly Sand Territory, he was as famous as the Heavenly Sand Territories, Heavenly Sand Territories, Heavenly Sand Territories, Heavenly Sand Territories, Heavenly Sand Territory. Even if he had the chance to meet Sita Lei, it would be under the recommendation of the Wang clan. If Sita Lei wanted to meet him personally, he would have to know about his current strength and innate talent. Did the Wang clan tell him that I possess strength close to that of an invincible higher ultimate god, even though I'm not even 10,000 years old? Duan Lingtian could only think of this at this moment. If that's really the case, the Wang clan really doesn't hide anything from him. Based on the situation at the wedding, most of the guests did not know about his strength. Most of them were curious about him as the Wang clan's son-in-law. Due to this reason, he knew the Wang clan did not reveal his background. He had noticed earlier that most of the people in the Wang clan did not know about his background. Therefore, he guessed the Wang clan would not announce this to the public. Under such circumstances, the inherited heaven sword, Sita Lei, could make the Wang clan take the initiative to mention his strength. It could be said that the Wang clan really did not hide anything from him. Brother Li Feng, Wang Kuei, the clan leader of the Wang clan, said solemnly when he saw Duan Lingtian's doubtful expression, Senior Situ is not an ordinary ally of the Wang clan. This time, it was the Supreme Elder who mentioned Brother Li Feng's strength and talent to Senior Situ. That's why he wanted to see a monstrous talent like you. Most importantly, the Supreme Elder mentioned Brother Li Feng's attainment in the Sword Dao. Senior Situ said that if the Supreme Elder did not exaggerate, your attainment in the Sword Dao is definitely above his. When Wang Kuei said this, he looked at Duan Lingtian again with a hint of shock in the depths of his eyes. He hadn't comprehended any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, so he didn't know much about them. Previously, he had only heard their Wang clan's grand elder, Wang Jingrao, say that the young man before him was extremely accomplished in the way of the sword. However, he did not have any idea about this. Yet now, a supreme expert who stood at the peak of the Sky Sand Realm had said that the young man's attainments in the Sword Dao were above his. How could he not be shocked? Since Duan Lingtian had already expected this, he was not surprised by Wang Kuei's words. He guessed that the Wang clan had sold him to Sita Lei. The only thing he hadn't expected was that the Wang clan had also mentioned the Sword Dao that he had mastered. Presumably, the main reason Situ Lei wanted to see him was because of the Sword Dao that he had mastered. In terms of strength, I'm far inferior to him. But in terms of attainments in the Sword Dao, he's probably inferior to me. However, even if they walk on different paths of Sword Dao, if they can learn from each other, they can still obtain a certain level of comprehension. That Situ Lei must have thought of this point. Duan Lingtian had also guessed Situ Lei's thoughts at this time. It could be said that Situ Lei wanted to see him. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart settled. It was not impossible for him to share his comprehension of the Sword Dao for the other party to learn from. As long as the other party gave enough benefits, it was not impossible. Moreover, Duan Lingtian also believed that as long as he entertained Situ Lei well this time, the Wang clan would completely treat him as one of their own and would no longer treat him as an outsider. Now, the reason why the Wang clan still had its former glory could be said to be completely relying on the inherited heaven sword, Sito Lei, this big tree. For Sito Lei, the Wang clan would definitely agree to all his requests. Usually, Sito Lei did not have anything to ask of the Wang clan. After all, the current Wang clan was a clan that did not even have supreme expert. Sito Lei took care of the Wang clan because of the friendship of the supreme expert of the Wang clan. However, friendship would also fade, especially after helping the Wang clan time and time again. Every time he helped the Wang clan, he was returning the favor. Perhaps the supreme expert of the Wang clan in the past had done Sito Lei a great favor, but no matter how great the favor was, there would come a time when it was over. Now that the Wang clan had the opportunity to do Sito Lei a favor through Duan Lingtian, they were naturally happy to do so. Once Duan Lingtian really did this favor on behalf of the Wang clan, Duan Lingtian would naturally no longer be an outsider on the Wang clan's side from then on. At the very least, the higher-ups of the Wang clan, such as the Wang clan leader Wang Kuei and the two supreme elders with the highest status in the Wang clan, would completely treat Duan Lingtian as one of their own. Brother Li Feng, I'll be frank with you. This time, the Wang clan hopes that you can discuss the Sword Dao with Senior Sito. With your greater attainments than Senior Sito, you'll definitely be able to give him some inspiration. This time, as long as Senior Sito is satisfied, you can ask for anything from the Wang clan. As long as it's within the Wang clan's power, we won't be stingy. Wang Kuei spoke very seriously and directly stated the Wang clan's desire this time without beating around the bush. What Wang Kuei said now was completely in line with what Duan Lingtian had guessed. You jest, clan leader. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I, Li Feng, am now the son-in-law of the Wang clan and can be considered half a member of the Wang clan. If the Wang clan needs something, I, Li Feng, will naturally not decline if it's within my power. I wonder, when will Senior Sito have the time to see me? Duan Lingtian's words were also very simple and direct. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Kuei's eyes lit up, and in the next moment his tone became much more excited. Brother Li Feng, Senior Sito said that whenever you're free, he can come and see you directly. After Sito Lei found out that Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Sword Dao were above his, he did not feel that he was superior just because he was an ultimate expert. The one who reached the top was first. At least in the Sword Dao, the son-in-law of the Wang clan was ahead of him. Moreover, he also found out from the Wang clan that this son-in-law of the Wang clan, who was not even 10,000 years old, had such strength behind him. He must have an extraordinary background behind the other party's background. There might be an ultimate expert who was stronger than him. For such a person, even if Sito Lei could do whatever he wanted in the Sky Sand Realm, he would not dare to take advantage of his seniority. Senior Sito is joking. Duan Lingtian smiled slightly. He's a senior, and I'm a junior. Naturally, I should be the one to see him. Clan leader, please take me to see Senior Sito. Brother Li Feng, thank you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Kuei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and could not help but feel grateful. From his perspective, and even the Wang clan's perspective, naturally they did not want Sito Lei to come and see Duan Lingtian. After all, Sito Lei's status in the eyes of the Wang clan was extraordinary. Moreover, in terms of age and seniority, Sito Lei was an elder. However, they could not ask too much of Li Feng, therefore, they could only let Li Feng make the decision himself. Now that Li Feng was so tactful, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also sent a message to the Wang clan's grand elder, Wang Jingrao, about Li Feng's attitude. The Wang clan owes brother Li Feng this favor. After Senior Sito leaves, bring brother Li Feng to our Wang clan's treasury and let him choose whatever he wants. The Wang clan cannot be stingy in this regard. Of course, with brother Li Feng's strength and talent, as well as his extraordinary background, even in our Wang clan's treasury, there might not be many things that brother Li Feng will want. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was following Wang Kuei to find the inherited heaven sword, Sitolei. However, he did not know that the Wang clan's treasury had already opened its doors to him, allowing him to choose any treasure he wanted. Chapter 44-41. It was not like Duan Lingtian had never seen a supreme powerhouse before. Even before coming to the Outer Realm, he had seen the supreme experts in the realm battlefield of the God-defying realm, and had even come into contact with them. However, there seemed to be only one supreme powerhouse that he had met in the past. The feeling he got from him was not weaker than the inherited heaven sword, Sitolei. It was a very strange feeling. Sitolei had the demeanor of an immortal. He seemed ordinary, but he gave him a lot of pressure. Even the divine tree of life in his small world throbbed. He had not felt this way for a long time. Only when he was bathing in the God-defying world's realm battlefield in the God-defying world did the owner of the mysterious voice give him such a feeling. Of course, the person who showed up at that time might not be the real body. If the person who showed up at that time was not the real body, does that mean that his strength might be above Sitolei's? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but think. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but secretly gasp. The inherited heaven sword, Sitolei, was already a top figure in the heavenly sand realm. How strong would the person be if he was stronger than him? Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that although the inherited heaven sword, Sitolei, was a top figure in the heavenly sand realm, he did not represent the top combat power in the outer realm. This was because even the heavenly sand realm was only the border of the outer realm. It belonged to the outer realm, the most remote and backward place. This was also something that Duan Lingtian further understood after coming to the Wang family in Lanchao City. Greetings, Senior Situ. After all, it was not the first time that Duan Lingtian had faced a supreme powerhouse. He had even seen a battle between supreme powerhouses. At this moment, he seemed very casual in front of Sitolei. Compared to the Wang family head, Wang Kuei, he was completely opposite. At this moment, Wang Kuei respectfully greeted Situ, Lei in front of him. He held his breath and did not even dare to breathe. Seeing Duan Lingtian like this, a strange light flashed in the depths of Sitolei's eyes, and then he gave a friendly smile. Little friendly Feng, there's no need to be so polite. In terms of cultivation, I'm superior to you because I'm much older than you. In terms of the sword Dao, I might not be inferior to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Situ Lei continued without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak. I presume little friend Li Feng already knows the purpose of my invitation this time. I'm a straightforward person who likes to be straightforward and doesn't like to beat around the bush. The reason I'm looking for you, young friendly Feng, is because I hope to discuss Sword Dao with you, young friendly Feng. As long as I benefit from the discussion, I will definitely not mistreat my young friendly Feng. Situ Lei simply said. Duan Lingtian was also shocked by Situ Lei's straightforwardness. He thought that Situ Lei just wanted him to demonstrate his swordsmanship through the Wang family. But now it seemed that Situ Lei was also very sincere. This also made Duan Lingtian have a good impression of Situ Lei. No matter what, Situ Lei was still a high and mighty expert, and the current him was not even an invincible upper-level ultimate god. Senior Situ, you must be joking. Duan Lingtian smiled slightly. Now that I've married the daughter of the Wang family, I'm considered half a member of the Wang family. Senior, you've taken great care of the Wang family all these years. Now that I'm the son-in-law of the Wang family, it's only right for me to do something for you. I dare not ask for anything in return. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Wang Kuei's gaze toward Duan Lingtian became even friendlier. Situ Lei was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Good, good, good. The Wang family has really found a good son-in-law this time. Senior Situ, I'll take my leave first. After greeting Situ Lei, Wang Kuei looked at Duan Lingtian again and said with a smile, "Brotherly Feng, please take good care of Senior Situ on behalf of the Wang family." Now, no matter how he looked at the young man in front of him, he was pleasing to the eye. Their Wang family had really found a good son-in-law this time. Compared to him, Meng Yujing of the Meng family in Kanglan City was simply mud. "Don't worry, family head," Duan Lingtian nodded. "I won't hide anything from Senior Situ." As for Duan Lingtian, he really didn't intend to keep it to himself. In his opinion, Situ Lei was a supreme expert, and he had a good relationship with him. For him, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. Even if Situ Lei found out the purpose of his visit to the Wang family in the future, he might not do anything to him and might even remember his favor. And with his favor, when the Wang family found out the truth in the future, they might not hold a grudge against him. He still had a good impression of some people in the Wang family. If he could save Wang Luoyu without falling out with the Wang family, he did not want to fall out with the Wang family. Of course, his original plan would not change. Although he felt that even if he told the Wang family the truth now, the Wang family would not do anything to him, he still did not intend to take the risk. What if, among the people in power in the Wang family, he had only seen the supreme elder Wang Jingrao and the family head Wang Kuei? There was still one supreme elder that he had not seen yet. Wonderful. Amazing. Young friendly Feng, your sword Dao is simply superb. I thought that even if my sword Dao is not as good as yours, the gap is not big. Now it seems that I am a frog in a well. If I can master the sword Dao at your level, I am confident that I can suppress all the powerful experts in Heavenly Sand Realm. Seeing Duan Lingtian show the profundity of sword Dao without holding back, the inherited heaven's sword Situ Lei's eyes shone brighter and brighter. In the end, he also gestured. Another profundity of sword Dao appeared in Duan Lingtian's divine artifact. At this moment, Situ Lei had entered the space in Duan Lingtian's spatial divine artifact. It was risky for an ordinary person to rashly enter someone else's spatial divine artifact. However, as a supreme expert, if Situ Lei really unleashed his full power, he could easily destroy the space in Duan Lingtian's spatial divine artifact and escape. In front of Situ Lei, Duan Lingtian did his best to show the profundity of sword Dao. He showed the profundity of space sword Dao without holding back, causing Situ Lei to be mesmerized. During this process, Duan Lingtian also looked at Situ Lei's sword Dao. It was not difficult for him to find some flaws in it. If Situ Lei wanted to observe Duan Lingtian's sword Dao, it would be difficult for him to fix these flaws. However, under Duan Lingtian's guidance, although he could not make up for many flaws, he knew the root cause of the next time. As long as Situ Lei was given time, he could completely eliminate those flaws. And this also made Situ Lei grateful to Duan Lingtian. After getting along for a period of time, Duan Lingtian also understood the supreme expert better. In front of him, the other party was completely on the same level as him and never put on the slightest airs. Even when asking for his guidance, he was as obedient as a studious student. Of course, after getting along with the other party for a period of time, Duan Lingtian was not without gains. Although the other party's sword Dao was not enough to feed back Duan Lingtian, the other party still gave Duan Lingtian a lot of pointers on the laws of space and the laws of time. Although the other party was not good at these two laws, after all, he had lived for a long time. Many opponents and friends were good at the laws of space and the laws of time, so he could also guide Duan Lingtian in this regard. The two of them guided each other and stayed together for a full 3 years before leaving the spatial artifact. Duan Lingtian's original plan to leave the Wang family in a few days was delayed for a full 3 years. On the other side, Wang Luoyu was also patiently waiting. While waiting, her days were also much better than before. It could even be said that it was a world of difference. Every few days, a large amount of cultivation resources that even the direct descendants of the Wang clan would be jealous of would be delivered to her for her to enjoy. She was like the most honorable princess of the Wang family, shining brightly. Some people said that the grandson of the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Kuei, was publicly slapped by Wang Kuei because he accidentally said something about Wang Luoyu's deceased brother, Wang Yiyuan. At that moment, everyone in the Wang family knew that Wang Luoyu had flown to the top and become the Wang family's golden phoenix. At the same time, more and more people were curious about the background of Wang Luoyu's husband, the young man named Li Feng. What kind of background did he have to be able to allow Wang Luoyu's status in the Wang family to skyrocket? Miss you, everyone in the Wang family is saying that you have a good reputation for marrying a person of such high status like young Master Li Feng. The servant girl who helped Wang Luoyu with her makeup said to Wang Luoyu. When Wang Luoyu heard this, she could not help but feel a little dazed. Then, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. She was not good enough for that elder brother Duan. It's been 3 years. Elder brother Duan should be coming back soon, right? Wang Luoyu thought to herself. Chapter 44-42. 3 years was enough for Wang Luoyu to come up with many new ideas. 3 years ago, the first thing she wanted to do was follow her elder brother Duan's dying wish and leave the Wang clan with her elder brother Duan. From then on, she would no longer be a marriage tool for the Wang clan. Now that she had been in the Wang clan for 3 years, she had been treated extremely well by the Wang clan. Even the clan leader of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei, was extremely courteous when he saw her. She was even fortunate enough to meet one of the Wang clan's supreme elders. The supreme elders even told her that she could look for him directly if she needed help. The change in the Wang clan's attitude towards her was like heaven and earth. Now, she was like a high and mighty princess in the Wang clan. She was sought after by everyone. No matter where she went, she was like the moon surrounded by stars. It should be known that even when her elder brother Wang Yuan was still alive, she had never received such treatment. Of course, Wang Luoyu knew very well that the reason she was able to receive such treatment was all because of her elder brother Duan. Of course, in the eyes of the Wang clan, he was not Duan Lingtian but Li Feng. Recently, she had thought more than once about how great it would be if her elder brother Duan was not Duan Lingtian but Li Feng, her husband. Moreover, under the influence of the people around her, and when she thought about how considerate and responsible her elder brother Duan was, she had unknowingly developed a favorable impression of him. Perhaps, even if she was asked to marry him now, she would not reject it. Big brother Duan is really outstanding. It's no wonder that even a woman like Big Sister Rose, who has high standards, would favor him so much. Wang Luoyu sighed inwardly. She knew very well how high her good sister's standards were. In the entire Skysen territory, there was no young talent of the same generation that she liked. Of course, she also knew that such an outstanding man did not belong to her sister Rose, and it was impossible for him to belong to her. I can't believe 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 3 years was not a long time for Duan Lingtian, and it passed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he had spent the past 3 years with Sita Lei, the inherited heaven sword. While he demonstrated the sword Dao to Sita Lei, Sita Lei also tried his best to help him comprehend the law of time and the law of space. Although Sita Lei was not proficient in these two laws, he had lived for a long time and was very knowledgeable. Moreover, he had many floating mirror image, that he had fought with people who were proficient in these two laws. Among those scryer images, there were even scryer images of invincible high-level ultimate gods fighting. Not to mention the scryer image of an invincible upper-level supreme god who was proficient in the law of time and the law of space. Even the scryer image of an invincible upper-level supreme god who was proficient in other ordinary laws was extremely precious in the outer realm or even the myriad worlds. More than 90% of invincible higher-level supreme gods were existences who had comprehended and mastered the laws of nature to the realm of perfection. Such an existence could be said to have walked to the end of the law he was proficient in and comprehended to the pinnacle. The laws displayed in the scryer recordings of such existences could be said to be flawless. One could imagine how precious it was. And Duan Lingtian had obtained such a scryer image from Situ Lei. It should be known that this kind of scryer image, because of its preciousness, was often recorded with restrictions on it, and there was no way to forcibly copy it. And Situ Lei had given this scryer image to Duan Lingtian. To the current Duan Lingtian, the value of this scryer image was actually not inferior to the godhead of an ultimate god in the law of space. In fact, it might even be of greater help to him. Therefore, even though Situ Lei's attainments in the sword Dao had not been small in the past 3 years, Duan Lingtian still felt that he had gained a great advantage. Perhaps the improvement he had obtained in the law of space was not as good as Situ Lei's gains in the sword Dao. But that might not be the case in the future. Little friend Li Feng, after parting today, I don't know when we'll meet again. There should be some things in this storage ring that you can use. Even if you can't use them, it shouldn't be difficult to exchange them for something you can use. Before parting, Situ Lei handed Duan Lingtian a storage ring. In these 3 years, thanks to little friend Li Feng's magnanimity, my progress in the sword Dao has been rapid. Perhaps it won't be long before there will be no one who can match me in the Heavenly Sands realm. As he spoke, Situ Lei's eyes were filled with yearning. Currently, although he was considered one of the strongest ultimate gods in the Heavenly Sands realm, he was only one of the strongest ultimate gods. There were still a few people who could compete with him, and if his sword Dao improved further, there was hope for him to surpass those few people. And this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the increase in his strength also meant that it would be much easier for him to resist the next 10,000 years of heavenly tribulation. Resisting the 10,000 years of heavenly tribulation became easier, which also meant that he could live for a period of time. This was the most important thing. Because of this, he felt that he owed Duan Lingtian a great favor. Even if he had given Duan Lingtian a scryer recording of a battle between 2 ultimate gods who had comprehended the laws of space to perfection, he still felt that it was far from enough. In his eyes, there was nothing more important than his own life. Whether it was that scryer recording or the storage ring in his hands, they were all just worldly possessions. Once he died, no matter how good his worldly possessions were, he would not be able to enjoy them. Senior Situ, that scryer recording of yours is enough to repay my favor. Duan Lingtian did not take the storage ring that Situ Lei handed over, even though he knew that there were definitely many things he needed in this storage ring. As he said, he felt that the scryer recording given by Situ Lei was enough to repay the favor of sharing his understanding of the sword Dao. At first, Situ Lei was still insisting, but when he saw Duan Lingtian's determination, he did not continue to force Duan Lingtian. However, at this time there was a slight change in the way he looked at Duan Lingtian. Little friend Li Feng, it's fine if you don't accept this storage ring. However, I will give little friend Li Feng another thing. This thing, little friend Li Feng, you must accept it. This thing, to little friend Li Feng, may never be of use. However, once it is of use to little friend Li Feng, it may be a life-saving item. As Situ Lei spoke, he had already raised his hand and took out an ordinary-looking jade piece. However, when a light flashed between his eyebrows, there was another drop of golden blood, surrounded by obscure golden translucent symbols, that shot out and merged into the jade piece in his hand. Suddenly, the golden light on the jade piece soared and disappeared after a while. At the same time, the jade piece returned to its original appearance. The only difference was that there was an additional mark of golden blood on the jade piece. At the same time, the jade piece no longer gave off an ordinary feeling. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura. This aura gave people the feeling that there was an ancient, ferocious beast sealed within it. Once it erupted, it could break mountains and even destroy the heavens and earth. Supreme powerhouse spiritual blood essence. Just as Duan Lingtian was stunned by the scene in front of him, a cry of surprise rang in his ears. This voice belonged to one of the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's little world, the world cleansing divine water. Supreme powerhouse, spiritual blood essence? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this term. He knew what blood essence was, but what was this spiritual blood essence? Chapter 44-43. This was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about the spiritual blood essence. For this reason, he had no idea what it was. However, when he heard the world cleansing divine waters exclamation, he realized the spiritual blood essence was not an ordinary item. Of course, just by listening to the words of Situ Lei, the inherited heaven sword, it was enough to show that the essence blood was not an ordinary thing. After all, Situ Lei had said it could save his life at a critical moment. The spiritual blood essence is the blood essence of a supreme powerhouse. You know what a normal blood essence is. It's very precious to humans and other living beings. As for the spiritual colored blood essence, it is specially refined from the blood essence of an ultimate expert. Although the difficulty of refining it is not very high and it does not affect one's cultivation, it still requires a very long time. The world cleansing divine waters voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. It said that it takes a supreme powerhouse more than 10,000 years to refine a drop of spiritual blood essence. More than 10,000 years! Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the world cleansing divine waters words. Although supreme powerhouses were powerful and lived for a long time, they could easily live for hundreds of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. However, even a supreme powerhouse who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years could only refine a few dozen drops of spiritual blood essence in his lifetime. However, Situ Lei, the heaven cleansing divine sword, had given him a drop of spiritual blood essence. Sister Water, what's the use of this spiritual blood essence? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. Earlier, Situ Lei, the heaven cleansing divine sword, had clearly said the spiritual blood essence could save his life at a critical moment. Although Duan Lingtian was reluctant to accept it, he could not help but feel a little moved. At most, he would owe Situ Lei a favor and repay him in the future. Currently, Duan Lingtian might not have any use for him, but if he became an invincible, higher, godly venerable one day, Duan Lingtian might need his help. When the time came, he would return the favor. As Duan Lingtian waited expectantly, the world cleansing divine water said, "You can summon the supreme powerhouse's spirit blood essence after you use your divine energy and the law of space to evaporate it. You can use the spirit blood essence as a portal for the supreme powerhouse. It can allow the supreme powerhouse to appear at the scene directly." Upon hearing the world cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and his breathing quickened. What does this mean? This meant that he could call out a powerhouse at any time. Moreover, he wasn't the weakest among the strongest. Of course, there are also restrictions. The world cleansing divine water continued to say, if you accept his blood essence, you'll be able to summon him anywhere in the outer world. However, he won't be able to appear in the secret realms where supreme experts can't enter. In addition, there's no way to make him appear in any of the realms, unless he's in the same realm as you. Upon hearing the world cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask, Sister Water, do you mean I can summon Senior Situ Lei to help me as long as it's not a place where supreme powerhouses can't enter? Yes, the world cleansing divine water replied. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not reject Situ Lei's gift of the inherited heaven sword after he found out what the soul-bearing blood essence meant. Senior, Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn as he said, the soul force blood essence you gave me is indeed a life-saving treasure, so I won't refuse. However, If I don't need your help, I'll return it to you when I no longer need your help. And before that, if I use this spirit essence blood and ask for Senior's help, then I will owe Senior another favor. When he spoke up to this point, Duan Ling Tian saw Situ. Lei seemed to want to say something, so he spoke first. Senior, you can take this as a condition for me to accept your spiritualist blood essence. If you're not willing to do this, I really don't dare to accept your spirit blood essence. Duan Ling Tian's persistence caused Situ Lei to not say anything more, but the gaze he looked at Duan Ling Tian with was filled with even more praise. Little friend Li Feng, your innate talent is outstanding. After today's farewell, I believe your strength will definitely improve the next time we meet. However, I still advise you not to rush to become an ultimate powerhouse if you have the chance to become an invincible higher ultimate god. If you become an ultimate god, your strength will be improved by leaps and bounds. However, if you don't comprehend the law to the perfection realm before that, it'll be difficult to comprehend the law to the perfection realm after becoming an ultimate god. At least, in the history of the outer realm and even the myriad worlds, I've never heard of anyone who only comprehended the law to the perfection realm after stepping into the ultimate god realm. In the outer realm and the 10,000 worlds, as long as an ultimate master becomes an ultimate master, they'll be considered a world master. Even if they're not, they're close. Their strength is not comparable to an ordinary ultimate god. Even if it's me, I'm far from an ultimate god who becomes an ultimate god. Situ Lei paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, once you become an ultimate god, it'll be more difficult to become an ultimate god. This is also a publicly acknowledged fact. I don't know why it's difficult. After all, I'm not an invincible higher ultimate god before I become an ultimate god. However, since everyone says it's difficult, it should be very difficult. I've lived for more than 200,000 years. In these 200,000 years, I know many invincible higher ultimate gods who didn't become ultimate gods until they fell under the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. As for those people, before they became unrivaled high-level supreme gods, they were all people who could have become extremely strong experts, but they didn't. If you don't become an invincible higher ultimate god, it's easy to become an ultimate god. However, once you become an invincible higher ultimate god, it'll be extremely difficult to become an ultimate god. In the 200,000 years I've lived, the number of people I know who successfully became an ultimate god from an invincible higher ultimate god can be counted on one hand. You should be able to understand what I'm saying, right? If it were an ordinary person, I'd definitely advise him to become an ultimate god directly so that he can live longer. Once he becomes an invincible higher ultimate god, he may not have the chance to become an ultimate god in the future. However, you're different. You've achieved this before you're even 10,000 years old. I think if you become an invincible higher ultimate god, it should be easier for you to become an ultimate god than most invincible higher ultimate gods. It had to be said that this was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard Situ Lei's words. Was it difficult for an invincible higher ultimate god to become an ultimate god? However, it was easy for these invincible higher ultimate gods to become ultimate gods before they became invincible higher ultimate gods. Perhaps this is another reason why there are so few invincible higher ultimate gods. Not every higher ultimate god wants to become an invincible higher ultimate god. If they can become an ultimate god, they'll directly choose to become an ultimate god so that they can live longer. Once they become an invincible higher ultimate god, but can't become an ultimate god, these people will definitely not live as long as the former. After all, before becoming an ultimate god, the heavenly tribulation comes once every 1,000 years. After becoming an ultimate god, the heavenly tribulation comes once every 10,000 years. It had to be said that after learning this from Situ Lei, Duan Lingtian's heart, which originally wanted to chase after an invincible higher ultimate god, was slightly shaken. With his attainments in sword principle, even if his power of law did not reach the perfection stage after becoming an ultimate god and consolidating his strength might not be weaker than Situlay. He might even be stronger. Once he chased after an invincible higher ultimate god, he might not be able to become an ultimate god. However, once he became an ultimate god with the body of an invincible higher ultimate god, he could directly become a universe master. It was said that there were only a few dozen ultimate gods in the 10,000 worlds and the outer realm who were universe masters. This showed how difficult it was to become a universe master. Forget it. Senior Situlay is right. I'm not even 10,000 years old, and I already have such strength. If I really become an invincible higher ultimate god, I might have a chance to become an ultimate god. For me, the most important thing now is to save Kerr. Being an invincible higher ultimate god is more than enough to save Kerr. As long as he became an invincible higher ultimate god, he could choose to serve under a universe master. This way, he could ask a universe master to help his wife, Kerr, get rid of the soul shackles that Yun Qingyan had placed on her. If he directly became an ultimate god, he might not be able to get rid of the soul shackles that Yun Qingyan had placed on Kerr. He might not even be able to ask a universe master to help him. In the eyes of a universe master, an ordinary ultimate god was not worth as much as an invincible higher ultimate god. This was because they could do what an ordinary ultimate god could do, but they might not be able to do what an invincible higher ultimate god could do. As he thought of this, Duan Lingtian hesitated for a while before looking at Situlay and asking, "Senior, do you know about the Ghost Clan?" "Ghost Clan?" Situlay was stunned for a moment before he nodded. "I've heard of this clan. It seems to be a clan from one of the realms in the myriad worlds. This clan specializes in the soul shackles way." Based on Situlay's reaction, it was obvious that his understanding of the Ghost Clan was based on hearsay. "Senior, it's said that there are ultimate gods in the Ghost Clan as well. Generally, soul shackles that are placed by the Ghost Clan can be easily removed by someone with a higher cultivation base. If it's a soul shackles placed by an ultimate god in the Ghost Clan, ordinary ultimate gods won't be able to remove it. However, if it's a universe master, will they be able to remove it?" After he finished asking, Duan Lingtian looked at Situlay with a gaze that was filled with anticipation. He urgently needed to know this. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.